Well, good morning, everyone. Well, it's almost noon here, actually. Anyway, we're beginning with number 15, externalization of the hierarchy. We're still working on this very long essay. Well, actually, it's a series of essays from September 1939, October 1939, and we've been learning how properly to invoke. And we must use the words of power to invoke as a soul. So we have to have this strong identification between soul, mind, and brain, including also the astral body in some lists. And we have to hold that alignment and speak in such a way when we sound the words of power that they go beyond containment within our own aura and actually have some salutary effect. As he says here, integration, conscious activity, because we have to know what we're doing, and the expression of the work to be done upon the physical plane will cover the entire story. And then he links it to the phases of the breath. Now, what's coming up, I think, is an analysis line by line of this first great invocation, a great solar mantram. Even the Lord's Prayer is an appeal to the solar god. How interesting. And let us enter into it. In considering the 5 sentences which form what might be called the mandate of the Great Invocation, and we're supposed to see page 144, I would like first of all to point out a few underlying basic ideas. This Great Invocation, as old as it is, has been used by the hierarchy ever since the year 1425 AD, though it is thousands of years older than that. He's not pinpointing it for us. We remember that the third ray, with its 900-year cycle, came into expression in 1425 AD in its latest cycle. So that would take it to 2325. And in 1875, the midway point was reached, and how interesting that the historical approach to the theosophical work and to the history of our planet came in that period of the founding of the Theosophical Society, 1875, and Master DK also took his mastership at that time. Owing, however, to the, I think I will emphasize that. Owing, however, to the unreadiness of humanity to cooperate in its use, the results have been delayed and are regarded as hovering, like the rain cloud of knowable things hovers over humanity, and also the rain cloud of unknowable things. I know not how else to express the results already achieved. Today they can precipitate if right cooperation can be extended by humanity, and such cooperation seems immediately possible. So the very meaning of the invocation and its power can make itself felt in humanity. Let's take a look. If we go to page, 144, and let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. May men of goodwill everywhere meet in a spirit of cooperation. May forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. Let power attend the efforts of the great ones. And then the affirmation, so let it be, and help us to do our part. Maybe he doesn't count the very last sentence. Otherwise, there would be 6 sentences. Okay. The first phase, let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind, definitely invokes potencies, which are to be found on the monadic level of consciousness and upon what is occultly called the second plane of divine manifestation. So we're reaching for a downflow which originates from, on the cosmic physical plane, a high place. It definitely invokes potencies which are to be found upon the monadic plane, the second subplane of the cosmic physical plane. These forces include the Lord of the world. He can be found there, and also he can be found on the logoic level, I would think. These forces include the Lord of the world and the representatives of the 7 sacred planets who are spoken of in the Christian Bible as the 7 spirits before the throne. Maybe the 7 monadic circles have to do with, okay, that's not going to be possible. I seem to always forget when there we go. So let's just say there are 7 circles of monads on the monadic plane. And each one of them, associated with a sacred planet. Okay, these forces include the Lord of the world and the representatives of the 7 sacred planets who are spoken of in the Christian Bible as the 7 spirits before the throne of God. Of course, they are in a way lower correspondences to the 7 sacred planets themselves, which are 7 spirits before the throne of God, the solar logos. But this is the planetary logos we're speaking of. So they include also, rounding out the 10, I guess, 3 agents of the divine triplicity who are known esoterically and in the East as the 3 Kumaras, the Buddhas of activity. So who then, are the forces of light? So let's just say from this perspective, the forces of light are the 7 spirits and the 3 Buddhas of activity. Okay. And he seems to be speaking of these on the monadic plane. However, the Buddhas of activity, I think, are found as well in the highest council chamber on the logoic plane. I think that the Lord of the world holds his position on the logoic plane, as even now does the Christ, as he is working to complete his 7th initiation. What do these names and these great individualities mean to you and to average humanity. Here he puts the student along with average humanity. Nothing at all, and this is necessarily so. They remain but names and possible hypothetical expressions of divinity until after the third initiation, when the conscious recognition of the monad becomes possible. And that's it. It's not that the influence of the monad may not be felt before that. I think it can be and is felt before that, but the conscious recognition of the monad after the third initiation. Then forces and energies personified for us in these great and stupendous lives can be demonstrated as having true existence. And I suppose this is telling us that our astrological sensitivity, our raised sensitivity, will be much increased after the third initiation, if these great lives are to have some kind of recognizable impact upon our lives, and the sources of the impacts are to be recognized. On the way to these fundamental recognitions, their three representatives within the limits of the hierarchy must be accepted and known, and be to be correspondingly functioning activities. So he's basically saying the three great lords, three great lords, and I see here that that's not exactly correct. Three great lords, and I'll do it again. Here we are. Okay. The three great lords are the lower correspondences to the three Buddhas of activity. And this has to be registered. And we are only on our way to being able to register something of the reality of the stupendous lives. So I suppose certain people who are very astrologically sensitive are already on their way to, and rheologically sensitive, are on their way to being able to register emanations, radiations from the higher sources. Okay, these three are the Manu, the focal point for the first ray of will or power, the Christ, the head of the hierarchy and the representative of the second ray of love wisdom, and the Lord of civilization, the expression of the third ray of active intelligence. Now, this is 1939, and by this time it has been acknowledged that the Master R is the Mahachohan, a very long term of service applied to the Lord of civilization, who held place before the Master R became that, filled that office. I think, even some millions of years. This knowledge is achieved during the process of training for the first three initiations. We become aware, that is, of the Lord of civilization, the Mahachohan, of the Christ as Bodhisattva, and of the Manu. Therefore, all that I can here tell you must be regarded as possible of verification, and as being testified to by all the world's scriptures and by the initiates of all lands, but it must necessarily remain personally unverified until a much later date in your unfoldment. And by that, it seems even, beyond the third initiation when he says a much later date, inasmuch as the second, third, and fourth initiation can be taken in the same life, and such the preparation of the majority of DK students was for the second initiation. The idea of a much longer time ahead seems to suggest a period beyond the third initiation, maybe even beyond the fourth. Anyway, we have the cosmic physical plane. We have the second subplane called the monadic plane. We have the ability to access the seven spirits before the throne, whose location may, in fact, etherically be the second plane. And we have the three Buddhas of activity. Maybe they can be contacted on the second plane. I think, though, along with the Lord of the world, they can be contacted on the first plane in the highest area of the council chamber in Shamballa. I think, the very height of Shamballa is found on the logoic plane. So anyway, this all lies in the realm of possibility yet to be verified, and because we trust the accuracy of the Tibetan statements, we hold it as a reasonable possibility. The spirit of peace, who is invoked in the second phrase, that the spirit of peace be spread abroad, is that mysterious and divine entity with whom the Christ came in touch and whose influence played through him at the time he earned the right to be called the Prince of Peace. Now, so far we don't know when that time was. Was it during his, so to speak, presence in the ancient Palestine, or did it occur later in interior development after that period, when he was training for his work that lay ahead on behalf of humanity and the planet? A mysterious and divine entity. Interesting how that is put, because maybe it's not going to be so easy to determine the origin of that being. And it seems, certainly transplanetary. As I have elsewhere told you in my earlier writings, the Christ embodied in himself the cosmic principle of love, from the cosmic astral plane, the expression of which in manifestation will work out as glory to God, peace on earth, goodwill towards men. Okay, and, I'm thinking about the Messiah by Georg Friedrich Handel, and that marvelous piece that centers around exactly these three ideas: glory to God in the highest, peace on earth, goodwill towards men. To this, the angels testified at his birth. Of course, it was the birth of the Master Jesus, but already I'm sure plans had been laid to use the vehicle of this disciple, this initiate, to bring the Christ closer to humanity. And maybe sometimes he used his Maya Virupa. When you see that painting by Rurik, which shows Christ in the desert with a dark figure resembling Master Moria at his right shoulder, and he's drawing with his cane in the desert sand, the Christ is. then you see that he's a blonde figure. And it may be that that was the Maya Virupa and not the vehicle of Jesus. As it is said, someday the gold and silver threads will be disentangled, and we will know of the episodes in the life of the initiate Jesus and the events in the life of the Christ. So, it's a very beautiful piece by Handel, very inspiring. Messiah, I think, was written in 21 days, something like that. And I sometimes say to people, well, if you want to know what channeling really is, just think about the Messiah and Handel's work on that over a 3-week period. Amazing. Anyway, to this the angels testified at his birth. When he expressed this principle of love in his life and world service, he definitely linked up our planet and humanity in particular with the source of the light, love, and life to which we refer in the second phrase. So let's just say Christ's association with the spirit of peace occurred very early, even 2,000 years ago. So it is not a relationship which is entirely new, like perhaps the relationship with the avatar of synthesis is, or at least much newer, it seems to me. So this was the world's salvation which he brought, a fact which is as yet little realized and which will not be widely recognized until this powerful invocation has taken due effect. So the life of the Christ, he linked our planet and humanity in particular with the source of the light, love, and life to which we refer in the second phrase. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. This was the world's salvation which he brought. In other words, part of the salvation of his presence was the presence of the spirit of peace, which in some manner that we cannot understand was working through him. And increasingly it will be recognized, it is said here, when the very first part of the invocation is understood. Now, that invocation was given about 80, 85, 84 years ago. And I know that when I first entered the arcane school, back in 1972, it was only the third stanza that was emphasized, and the earlier two stanzas were not emphasized. But it is powerful. Let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. Let men of goodwill meet in a spirit of cooperation. May forgiveness be the keynote at this time. Let power attend the efforts of the great ones. So let it be, and help us to do our part. When the world aspirants and disciples use this invocation, the first phrase takes the consciousness to the hierarchy of light, which is the intermediate center between humanity and Shamballa. Let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Well, the phrase itself within the invocation does take us straight to Shambhala, but when world aspirants and disciples use it, we have not to aim so high, perhaps. We have to raise our thoughts to the hierarchy of light, which is now slowly or more rapidly now merging with humanity. It serves then to emphasize and establish a close rapport, blending and fusing the human and the hierarchical centers. Now, we've seen from the triangles, these, that at the present time, Shambhala is indeed seeking to fuse more and more, to be more and more available to humanity. But there is also between humanity and hierarchy another arrow which is not pictured in the present, but which is pictured in the future, and this will be the merging of the soul of the planet with the throat center of the planet, or let's say the heart with the throat, hierarchy with humanity. So, the close rapport, blending and fusing the human and the hierarchical centers, and we who are working for the externalization and for the reappearance, this is precisely what we're trying to help bring about, the merging of these two centers. As to what may happen in Shambhala and its well-calibrated approaches to humanity, about that we will have very little we can do except remain open to the possibility and speak of it. So when this has taken place, the hierarchy can then use the Great Invocation with greater potency and can carry the relation to a higher state still and produce a blending with the Shambhala center. We see hierarchy applying to the Shambhala center, where the forces of light are found as embodied presences, and where their focused energies serve to provide great reservoirs of light and love. So we may glibly speak of the forces of light, but they are stupendous beings, and apparently from what is said here in Shambhala are embodied, whatever that really may mean on those very high levels of expression. So there is a merging and a blending slowly going on between hierarchy and humanity, and it's, as I say, it's not transitionally pictured in the triangles diagram that we have, but in the final diagram it shows itself to have been effective. And then when this merging has reached a certain point of fusion, we can raise thought to Shambhala, where the true forces of light are found. And that's so interesting because sometimes we can simply think of the members of the hierarchy as the forces of light, but that's not what's meant here. It's something even higher. They are found as embodied presences. And that is, I think, an interesting hint about form on the higher levels. They are not forms such as we experience, let us say, on the lower 18 or 21 subplanes. All right. So, and where their focused energy serves to provide great reservoirs of light and love, and that is, shall we say, in Shamballa, namely and usually the highest two subplanes of the cosmic physical plane. These have hitherto not been made available for planetary distribution. These very high reservoirs of energy associated with certain great presences. Why call them presences? Perhaps because, they have a presence throughout the planet and are in no way confined by the kind of form one finds in the dense physical body of the planetary logos. It's an entirely different matter in the cosmic etheric body of the planetary logos. So these energies, these presences, these reservoirs have not hitherto been made available for planetary distribution, owing to the lack of established relation between the three centers, humanity, hierarchy, and Shamballa. So I think we can see how important it is to create the smooth flow as indicated in the future between Shamballa, hierarchy, and humanity, just as in the becoming initiate, the individual. It is important to create this triangle in the head, each one of the points representing a different aspect, or the triangle between the head, center, heart, and throat. That relation is now becoming somewhat established. I mean, we have really had the Shambhala impacts, and we notice that 150 years seem to have elapsed before the Shambhala impact of 1825, in the year of that conclave, was followed by another Shambhala impact in 1975. I remember being in the Lucis Trust in New York for that Shambhala impact, and I must say it did, just personally speaking, it was the beginning of something entirely new for me. And opportunity came, after that. Opportunity came after that. The crisis of opportunity and the crisis of expression. One has to seize the crisis of opportunity in order later to experience the crisis of expression. So anyway, a relationship between humanity, hierarchy, and Shambhala is taking form. It is improving. It is demonstrating a greater interflow between the points. That relation is now becoming somewhat established. The inflow of light and love to humanity is now possible if the disciples and aspirants of the world can be led to make the needed effort to stand in spiritual being and, from that poised, attentive attitude, to invoke these great entities. So it looks like some kind of connection between the embodied presences within Shambhala, hierarchy, and humanity are now taking place. And certainly, we would hope that this, written 80 years ago, signals an improved condition of this flow now, 80 years later. Somewhat established. Obviously, it's not complete by any means, and we see how much humanity needs this relation. And standing in spiritual being, to realize what we really are and to be always aligned and attuned with the higher aspects of our nature, and as much as possible to live life as a soul, one of the requirements of expressing harmlessness. It was to this possibility that the story in the New Testament refers, where reference is made to the pool which was stirred at times by the angel, and thus a condition was produced which led to the healing of the sick. Now, this is very interesting. I think you'll agree, because note the third stanza in esoteric healing regarding the angel and the pool. And I think what I'll do is sort of look at that for our benefit, so that we do see it as clearly as possible. I'm just looking here we go. Okay, so it's esoteric healing and pool, angel. There's only a couple, and we should be able to have it. Here it is. The healer stands and weaves. He gathers from the 3, the 5, the 7, that which is needed for the heart of life. He brings the energies together and makes them serve the 3rd. He thus creates a vortex into which the one distressed must descend, and with him goes the healer, and yet they both remain in peace and calm. And this is the point. Thus must the angel of the Lord descend into the pool and bring the healing life. Oops, I think I have a problem there. Thus must the angel of the Lord descend into the pool and bring the healing life. And actually, here's another one as well. Every human being is in reality like a miniature whirlpool in that great ocean of being in which he lives and moves, ceaselessly in motion until such time as the soul breathes upon the waters or forces, and the angel of the presence descends into the whirlpool. Then all becomes still. The waters, stirred by the rhythm of life and later stirred violently by the descent of the angel, respond to the angel's healing power and are changed into a quiet pool into which the little ones can enter and find the healing which they need. So this is, I think, a very interesting phrase. And then we go back to where I tried to underline something and hit the wrong area. Thus must the angel of the Lord descend into the pool and bring the healing life. Okay, so here we are. The relation is now becoming somewhat established between humanity, hierarchy, and Shamballa, and between, as I said, these embodied presences such as the 7 spirits before the throne of our planetary logos and the 3 Buddhas of activity. The inflow of light and love to humanity is now possible if the disciples and aspirants of the world can be led to make the needed effort to stand in spiritual being, with an awareness of the higher aspects of our nature, always present in consciousness at least as much as possible, and perhaps monadically, the awareness of pervasive being itself, the very heart of the monad. From that poised, attentive attitude, stand in spiritual being, and from that poised and attentive attitude, again, poise being one of those important factors in harmlessness, perfect poise, a completed point of view, and divine understanding, the three factors involved in harmlessness, and from that poised, attentive attitude, invoke these great entities. Of course, the hierarchy has a much better possibility of invoking them. We can be aware. And here is the possibility of the story in the New Testament, the pool which was stirred at times by the angel, and thus a condition was produced which led to the healing of the sick. We are a whirlpool, it is said earlier, and when the angel stirs the pool, at first there may be commotion, but then a settling into perfect peace and the possibility of healing results. The angel of the presence, the soul of humanity as embodied in the hierarchy, and those who are consciously endeavoring to function as souls can now stir these reservoirs of force and light upon etheric levels in Shamballa, so that a definite healing of the nations can take place. Now, basically, this is a macrocosmic view, not individual. So, a larger picture, the angel of the presence for all of humanity, and those who can consciously function as souls can now stir these reservoirs of force and light, these embodied presences, upon etheric levels in Shambhala, so that definite healing of the nations can take place. Now, sometimes, interestingly, when speaking of the White Island and how far Shambhala can truly descend, we seem to be talking about the systemic ethers, maybe the higher two. Maybe this presence of Shambhala supposedly in the region of the Gobi Desert, and the minute we talk about regions, we're no longer talking about non-locality, which we would find on the higher ethers, that perhaps there is a reflection of Shambhala in those ethers. And it's hard to see how the soul could stir centers on monadic and logoic levels, but centers could be stirred receptively upon the systemic ethers. And so the healing of the nations could take place. This is the larger, as I say, macrocosmic view. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad, the spirit of equilibrium, as he tends to call it, so as to give yet another point of view, and maybe one that is more scientific and less sentimental, because people do attach sentimentality to peace when in fact it is a condition of dynamic equilibrium and requires much scientific preparation. On a lower turn of the spiral, You will note that the Wesak Festival enacts a similar invocation and process. So, we're talking about higher ethers, and we're talking about cosmic ethers, and now we're talking about the usual Wesak Festival. It is a reenacting and training process. There and at that time, I suppose etherically, and maybe even on the fourth ether, it's hard to say which ether the lords at Wesak would appear. There and at that time, the three representatives of Shamballa within the hierarchy, and that's an important point, because Shambhalic representatives are there, and they are the Manu, Bodhisattva, and Mahachohan. All two of them initiates of the sixth degree, which gives them entrance, of course, on the path of earth service into that part of Shambhala, which is the sixth plane, and one of them becoming initiate of the seventh degree, the Christ. There and at that time, the three representatives of Shambhala within the hierarchy, the Manu, the Christ, and Mahachohan, invoke the Buddha, who is already in Shambhala, who in his turn is the transmitter of still higher forces, maybe from the Lord of the world or the planetary logos. He is invoked by a special mantram and transmits the appeal to the one whose agent he is. Is it the planetary logos? Is it that? It might seem to be. All of these deeply occult matters, beyond us in any practical sense, but we're learning. If this great invocation which we are studying can be rightly said, with the proper alignment and proper knowledge, the three great planetary centers can be related in a similar manner. And the fulfillment of the future triangle can take place, as we have seen, with arrows going in both directions, indicating a completed interrelationship. The Lord of Civilization, the Master R, representing humanity, the Christ representing the hierarchy, and the Lord of the world linked with the Manu, and representing Shambhala, can be brought into a close relation, so that the result will be the setting up of such a potent vibration. And note that the spirit of peace will be invoked and contacted. So it's no easy matter to call in the spirit of peace, and it's quite amazing to consider that even in earlier days, the Christ was bringing the influence of the spirit of peace to bear, even in Palestine in those earlier days. By the voiced appeal, the spirit of peace will be invoked and contacted. I think I'll make a note of that, but notice how, alignments are means of invocation. When the alignment is completed, it has a summoning effect upon still higher energies. So invoking the Buddha, who is the transmitter of still higher forces. He is invoked by a special mantra, okay, and transmits the appeal to the one whose agent he is, in Shambhala, would be my estimation. Either, I think, the planetary logos or the Lord of the world. If this great invocation which we are studying can be rightly said, then the three great planetary centers can be related in a similar manner on a higher turn of the spiral, a manner similar to that in which the Manu, Christ, and Mahachohan are related. So the Lord of Civilization, the Master R representing humanity, the Christ representing the hierarchy, and the Lord of the World linked through the Manu and representing Shambhala can be brought into a close relation so that the result will be the setting up of such a potent vibration and note that the spirit of peace will be invoked and contacted. Apparently, this has happened. Remember, we're dealing with an article written in 1939, and now we have learned that the avatar of synthesis, spirit of peace, and the Buddha are surrounding in triangular form the Christ. By the voiced appeal, his attention will be forced to turn itself towards our planet. So this is, what we know here. The spirit of peace is not a planetary being, but an extra-planetary being, maybe still a solar systemic being. That has yet to be established. I think so. The consequences will be significant and potent, but as to the form which they will take, it is impossible for me to say. Perhaps it will lead to some peculiar and powerful demonstration of the meaning of peace as the expression of universal and planetary love. Now remember, the universal love of the developed Aquarian. We're heading into an age when that spirit of peace can be extremely effective. Perhaps it will produce the sending of an avatar or messenger of peace to lead the nations to right action. Perhaps some happening will take place of such significance that its import will be immediately recognized by humanity as a whole, leading them to take all the needed steps to restore right human relations. The nature of the activities which the spirit of peace will institute is not our responsibility. But when there is a sufficient connection between the three great lords, bringing in a very close connection between Shambhala, hierarchy, and humanity, then the spirit of peace will have to respond. Our duty is to learn rightly to contact the hierarchy via our souls, rightly to use the Great Invocation as souls. Now, he keeps on emphasizing this, and rightly to render ourselves responsive to and sensitive to the resultant effects. This is our duty in terms of these beings which are even higher than Shambhalic beings. We cannot have responsibility. But now we know, and it was not said then, but now we know that the spirit of peace is one of those surrounding the avatar, the Christ. And the Christ, maybe as in days of yore in Palestine, 2,000 years ago, the Christ is very closely a representative of the spirit of peace, spirit of equilibrium. That's why I've said I do think in the horoscope of the Christ, and every master has his horoscope, the sign Libra is very important. As the spirit of equilibrium, that particular sign, the constellation is part of the heart and the head center of the one about whom naught may be said. So the spirit of peace is in that great system, just as we all are, that it makes sense that Libra be effectual regarding the spirit of peace. And it makes sense that as the Prince of Peace, whenever the Christ was deemed worthy of that appellation, is also a part of his horoscope, whatever horoscopes may look like. We know that the masters are distinguished by a couple of signs, particularly. One representing more the spirit aspect, perhaps, and one more the material aspect. For Master DK, I think it's Gemini and Taurus is my guess. For the Buddha, it appears to have been Pisces and Taurus. For Master KH, it appears that it is Pisces and Gemini. For the Christ, as stated, maybe Pisces and Libra, or Libra and Pisces, and so forth. They, I think, sustain their identification with those signs over a long period of time. So whatever a horoscope is for those great beings, it is not the usual. But we do remember in the Destiny of the Nations, DK talking about the rays of the Christ as 2 and 6, and of Hercules as sort of 1 and 2, I think, and also 1 and 6, maybe in the astral body. Ray 4 had to have been there. And of the Buddha as rays 2 and 1, soul and personality. So the great beings do have distinguishing ray and astrological signatures. And to see what they do, understand what they do, it is important to know what those signatures may be. It might therefore be noted, it says here, that the forces of light express themselves through the hierarchy of light. Now, that is, there's a contrast there. The forces of light are higher than the hierarchy of light. The forces of light are shambalic, and the hierarchy of light is hierarchical. And their major effect is the illumination of the minds of men with love and light. Okay. This precipitates upon the mental plane. The personality or the form aspect of humanity is thereby pervaded and illumined. I imagine first by the hierarchy of light, and only later by the forces of light through these very effective Shamballa impacts. This precipitates upon the mental plane the personality or the form aspect of humanity is thereby pervaded and illumined. Thus, the third great planetary center, humanity, it depends on which way you're counting, becomes creative and magnetic. And two divine aspects, intelligence and love, will reach fruition upon the physical plane. That's our immediate task. The love of the hierarchy and the creativity of humanity will reach fruition upon the physical plane, making it possible for the first aspect and the will of God, understood by humanity as the plan, to be consciously carried forward on earth in conformity with the activity instituted at Shamballa. The will of God is purpose, and this is for the first time to be recognized consciously by man. So we have Shamballa, hierarchy, humanity. We have the forces of light, the hierarchy of light, and we have a kingdom which through Manus is generating more light all the time, and that is the human kingdom. Now, what this says to me is the end of 1 hour. And I will, continue shortly. I think we all have to agree that these essays in Externalization of the Hierarchy, tell us a lot about the inner working of hierarchy and their plans with respect to the planet and humanity, and are therefore of a deeply occult nature. The occultism of manifestation, we might say, the occultism of relationship, and certainly are worth considering in a profound way if we can do that. Okay, now let's move on just a little bit. The will of God is purpose, and this, for the first time, is to be recognized consciously by man. Well, sometimes will and purpose are distinguished. I've always felt that will has in it the absolutely pure first ray, and purpose has indicating, I thought, a design, an arrangement, a relationship has in it the second subray of the first ray. But okay, other people feel exactly the opposite to that assessment. The forces of light express themselves through the hierarchy of light, and these then focus upon that kingdom in which light is supposed to demonstrate, and that is the human kingdom. So let us go further then, discussing the spirit of peace. The spirit of peace will, when the right time comes, vitalize the responsiveness of humanity via the influence of the hierarchy to the will of God, which has for the basic intent the bringing of peace on earth. I mean, we're told that Libra is growing stronger in the planetary horoscope. Peace, love, goodwill, the qualities of the second-ray soul of the planet, which will be facilitated in its emergence as the Christ reappears with his hierarchy. What is peace? Okay, that's the whole thing, and it's not perhaps as simple as the thoughtless might make it appear. What is peace? It is essentially the establishing of right human relations, of synthetic rapport with its resultant cooperation, of correct interplay between the three planetary centers, and an illumined, loving understanding of the will of God as it affects humanity and works out in divine intent. I think that's a fine definition, and I'd like us to have that as an emphasis. What is peace? It is essentially the establishing of right human relations, which is the very theme occupying Shamballa at this time, of synthetic rapport. There is a harmonious give and take within the perceived oneness, and thus cooperation. Humanity, hierarchy, Shamballa are interplaying correctly as the third the third of the triangular notion shows. Let's see if I can find that. Okay, now we move forward. The will of God is purpose, and this is for the first time to be recognized consciously by man. Sometimes we do distinguish between purpose and will. I've always felt that divine will is the pure energy of the first ray, and when we add purpose, the second subray comes in because there is a pattern to purpose, it seems to me, and the second ray is the ray of the divine pattern. But there are others who think entirely in the opposite direction, and they are good thinkers, so I don't hold for that entirely, because will and desire can also be related. But it seems to me that will is the great energy which stimulates all things that arise on the first ray and its sub-rays. But will is not being, and that we have to understand. Now we move on into the second hour of work here. The spirit of peace will, when the right time comes, is this before the reappearance or after, vitalize the responsiveness of humanity via the influence of the hierarchy, because after all, a certain measure of peace must be established before the Christ can reappear. Okay, a certain responsiveness of humanity via the influence of the hierarchy of love and wisdom, to the will of God, which has for its basic intent the bringing of peace on earth. We understand that there will be, at some point in the Aquarian Age, I believe, a supervening era of peace. The idea is that Satan, the human personality, from one perspective, from another perspective, it's the solar angels, Satan will be bound for 1,000 years, which is of course, it's a symbolic measure. So the will of God to bring peace on earth, so that in that peace, the soul, the second ray soul of our planetary logos can indeed emerge and be effective during the Aquarian Age, and especially, I would say, consummated in the last decanate, ruled by Libra, the sign of peace, and by Venus, the planet of peace. Although it has been noticed astrologically that wars are interestingly fought under Venus. Why this should be the case, it's hard to say, but maybe the desire nature in certain types is stimulated greatly. And you think about it, in Hitler's chart, and it can certainly be said that he, promoted the Second World War based on his ideology and his resentments and his megalomania, all kinds of things. He was a Taurus ruled by Venus in part. Of course, Vulcan, with all of its weaponry, was another ruler, as he was an advanced type. But Venus was there, but the peculiar thing was it was exactly conjunct in Aries, I believe in Aries, the planet Mars, the god of war. Well, it's a good thing I checked, because, in fact, Venus, as ruler of Taurus, is in Taurus, but very closely conjunct to Mars. That much is true, and Mars is in its detriment in the sign Taurus. So the the planet of peace and love, but of pride as well in many respects. It is conjunct the planet of war in his chart. And it was finally, I think, the Saturn in the high place of the 10th house, which worked for his undoing. Anyway, there we have it, and it's always good to check when you think it's Mercury that is in Aries, and that is 25 degrees, and it says a man possessed of more gifts that he can hold. Certainly his oratory was coming in there, and the moon and Jupiter in the third house of communication, a widely read author, and that emphasizes his ability to cast ideas forth for reception. But this is not the point at the moment. The whole question of human relations and right human relations, though, does work in relation to this chart, that's for sure. Okay, now, the definition of peace, what is peace? It is essentially, says the Tibetan, the establishing of right human relations, of synthetic cooperation, synthetic rapport with its resultant cooperation, of correct interplay between the three planetary centers, and an illumined, loving understanding of the will of God as it affects humanity and works out in divine intent, works out divine intent. Well, the very theme of Shamballa at this time, we're told in various places, is right human relations, interestingly enough. And this whole idea of synthetic rapport, well, there is a correct relationship between all the parts of a realized wholeness. And when one realizes that, one cooperates. Correct interplay, not just within humanity, but from hierarchy to humanity, and Shambhala to hierarchy to humanity, and Shambhala to humanity. Eventually, in the three triangles we see here, this will be the correct interplay. The one here at the bottom, it will be a completed interplay. How long that will take to establish, it's difficult to say, but already things are on their way. And then in general, loving understanding, illumined, loving understanding, and the will of God. So not just, the illumination of the mind, the true love and identification of understanding, identification with the will of God as it affects humanity. This is peace. This is what peace really is. Okay, and there are other definitions, of course, but this is a good one to bear in mind. For this reason that the Christ, who established for the first time in planetary history a contact between the hierarchy, humanity, and Shambhala, largely in the Garden of Gethsemane, in a final climactic way in terms of acquiescence to the will of God, but also throughout his short career in objectivity, speaking to the Father, praying to the Father in heaven, Sanat Kumara in Shambhala. And of course, he was the head of the hierarchy. The Christ was ever since approximately the period of 500 BC, when the Buddha relinquished that role. So, a contact between the hierarchy, humanity, and Shambhala, and the spirit of peace in his own high place. Let me get this again, because I think I started. It is for this reason that the Christ, who established for the first time in history, planetary history, a contact between the hierarchy, humanity, Shamballa, and the spirit of peace in his own high place. And that was long ago. So the relationship between the Christ and the spirit of peace is not a new one, because he was bringing that spirit of peace into his work at the time. Lo, my peace I give unto you, where he talks in that way. He is in relation to the spirit of peace, and the spirit of peace in his own high place, and I suppose affecting Shamballa, but obviously not a planetary being, maybe interplanetary avatar of some kind. In his first recorded utterance, said that he must be about his father's business. And was that in the temple when he was 12 years old, or was the initiate Jesus even then overshadowed by the Christ? And then at the end of his life, reiterated the same thought in the words, "Father, not my will but thine be done." Now there it is definitely the Christ. It may be in these practices of divine mediumship, the one who gives up the body stands by and is the witness of all that occurs. "Father, not my will but thine be done." So I think it's all the way from the time that Jesus was 12 in the temple. "Wist ye not that I must be about my Father's business?" I think he said that to his mother, and it was a symbolic utterance of his contact. Interesting, at the age of 12, so one complete cycle there. Even the Master Jesus, or not the Master, but he was an initiate, had completed the third initiation, and so could come into more conscious contact with the monad. But the question is there, who's talking? Now we hear that Christ took over the body of the Master Jesus at the baptism, but can it be so that there was training going on all along, and that the Christ, in a form of overlighting, overshadowing, which is the right way to say it, was somehow with Jesus for more years than we may imagine, and may have somehow suggested to him that he go to India, which is the story, and there the initiate Jesus may have met the other arhats and masters in person, and learned about the true value of his mission. So he then focused in himself the two major divine attributes and aspects, will and love, and we call these, in terms of the expression of the monad, we call them Atma Buddhi. And because of this, his consciousness became extra-planetary, as is the consciousness of the Lord of the world, and he could then touch certain heights of awareness and certain solar agencies which had never before been contacted by man. And I think the spirit of peace is one of these. So it seems that, that even though the Christ was the head of the hierarchy at that time, in these utterances, his consciousness further expanded and reached out to the possibility of touching certain beings who had never been contacted by man before. Remember that the master is still a human being. The Chohan is considered to be something more. He was not yet the Chohan. So, okay, so what do we have here? Certain solar agencies. I guess we have a hint that the spirit of peace is a solar systemic being, an extra-planetary solar systemic being. Okay. And not necessarily a cosmic being. So the spirit of peace is an extra-planetary solar systemic being. And can this be said of the avatar of synthesis? Perhaps so. Are we reaching into extra-solar systemic sources? Not for the spirit of peace, and that has yet to be established for the avatar of synthesis. So, this achievement, and that's so interesting. Father, not mine will be done, but thine, not my will, but thine be done, thus carrying the thought up to the highest plane, for he addressed the Father, the first aspect of divinity, and he focused in Atma Buddhi. Okay. Now here's the question. In his first recorded utterance, he said he must be about his Father's business, and then maybe, though, we're dealing here more with the end of his life rather than the beginning, and that's something that is occurring to me here. He reiterated the same thought. Father, not my will, but thine be done, thus carrying the thought to the highest plane, for he addressed the Father, the first aspect of divinity, but he had been doing that somewhat along in his career. So he then focused Atma Buddhi, and because of this, yes, okay, so now I see, and his consciousness became extra-planetary at that later date, towards the end of the life of the initiate Jesus, as is the consciousness of the Lord of the world, and he could then touch certain heights. So this tells us something that may have happened in the Garden of Gethsemane as well. They had never before been contacted by man. I think there's a lot to work out here. The achievement enabled him to put humanity in touch with the spirit of peace. He thus himself became the light of the world and the Prince of Peace. So this is clarifying. This is the time when Christ became the Prince of Peace. Okay, you can see it's a little bit intricate here because he talks about the earlier contact with the monad and then a later contact with the monad, and we know that he was able to put humanity in touch with the spirit of peace, but we had not been given the time in his career when he was able to do that. So it was at the end, when he accepted the will of God, that he was able to put humanity in touch with the spirit of peace. It takes a little working out, I guess we might say. Do you agree with what I'm saying, or do you see another interpretation here? Because the Tibetan is not always straightforward in the manner that he writes, and sometimes it's a little bit difficult. Okay, the spirit of peace in his own high place. So when he accepted the will of God, he having his own method to work out the salvation of humanity, as DK tells us, at the same time he made contact with the spirit of peace. So he had this ability anyway to contact the Father because he was head of the hierarchy. And his next step, of course, as an initiate of the 5th degree, was to become an initiate of the 6th degree. He was able to, through that type of striving, to contact the Father, and he communicated with the first aspect of divinity, but through his career he did as well communicate at times with the first aspect of divinity. So he was focusing at that time will and love, not just love. We're in the Garden of Gethsemane now. His consciousness became, at that time, extra-planetary, as is the consciousness of the Lord of the world. He could see certain things. He could then touch certain heights of awareness and contact certain solar agencies. Okay. And that one of those solar agencies was the spirit of peace, which had never before been contacted by man. So it opened doors for him, his acquiescence to the will of God, and perhaps there was an acquiescence there to undertake a bodhisattvaship for 2 terms amounting to 5,000 years rather than only for the 2,500-year customary period. So at that time, then, he was put in touch with the spirit of peace, and he became the light of the world and the Prince of Peace. Now, earlier, there is that question, who was speaking in the temple? Who was speaking in the temple? And was he overshadowing his student, the initiate Jesus, who was already an initiate of the 3rd degree? But at least I've clarified the matter. I think that it was not at 12 years old that he became connected with the spirit of peace, but later when he had fully acquiesced in the will of God with Father, not my will, but thine be done. So in this manner, Shamballa and the hierarchy were brought into a close relationship, and the 2 great streams of force were blended and a definite interplay set up between them, because after all, he was the head of the hierarchy, the Christ was, and contacting his Father and the will of Shamballa set up a close relationship between will and love. And I'll say that a close relationship between will and, big will and love were established. The Buddha, through his achievement of illumination, established the first major link with the forces of light, found on the monadic plane, and probably the logoic plane. Through his achievement. But remember, it was also a cosmic touch that the Buddha received, so his achievement extended apparently to the cosmic mental plane, as well as to these agencies of light, these 7 spirits before the throne and the 3 Buddhas of activity and so forth, found on the monadic plane, and maybe in the case of the latter 3, upon the logoic plane. The Christ, through his ability to express the will of God in love and as world salvage, established the first major link with the spirit of peace. Now, of course, the word major as a qualifier has to be looked at, and, just the way it may be that for a long time the Christ was overshadowing the initiate Jesus. Who knows what that relationship exactly was? So perhaps for some time the Spirit of Peace had been looking over, hovering over the Christ as his instrument. Now, this really is some fascinating information, and I can see that only now am I thinking it through in a more proper manner. So, hopefully we can see something of the way that the acquiescence in the will of Sanat Kumara opened the door to establish contact with certain solar agencies, among which was the Spirit of Peace. And then the Christ was able to bring humanity in touch with that Spirit of Peace, though, obviously the Piscean period was a period of great wars. Still, there's this inexorable movement towards peace, and especially accented now that the Spirit of Peace and the Avatar of Synthesis, along with the Buddha, have taken up their triangular position surrounding the Christ. If you will study the above information with care, you will find that the importance of the Wesak Festival at the time of the full moon of May will assume increasing importance in your mind. Why is this? Let's just say contact with the forces of light, perhaps, and with Shamballa in general. We might say that Taurus is a very shambolic sign, of course, since the Christ included all 12 signs in his consciousness and in the kind of action that he enacted, as the Tibetan shows us in esoteric astrology. When he's setting his face to go to Jerusalem, it's Sagittarius and so forth. The Tibetan gives us the description there, and I've talked about that in the analysis of the book Esoteric Astrology. Maybe we have here with the Buddha this connection with Vulcan, a planet of immense light, being so close to the sun, and Vulcan being that planet which is causing matter to be brilliantly radiatory. So anyway, maybe the Wesak Festival will assume increasing importance in our minds if we study the foregoing information. And that is, the Buddha, through his achievement of illumination, established a first major link with the forces of light. Now, of course, the Buddha now is resident in Shamballa, we are told, and his achievement is not necessarily just a one-time achievement. Now, later under the Bodhi tree, one can wonder, was that the time of the cosmic touch? Because it went beyond anything on the cosmic physical plane and gave him that touch of the cosmic mental plane, which must have been, a supreme illumination. All right, it is the festival. Of course, he tells us this festival is gradually dying out, but it's been so important for humanity, this Wesak Festival. It is the festival at which three factors of importance of humanity are brought into relation. So let's see what they are. The Buddha, the embodiment or agent of the forces of light, can be contacted, and that which they seek to transmit to humanity can be consciously appropriated. So the Buddha, the BDA, The Buddha represents these forces, especially at the Wesak. And so he's representing the seven spirits before the throne. He's representing the three Buddhas of activity. He's representing those presences, that's what he calls them, which are gathered on the second and first subplane. DK mentions the second subplane, it's monadic, but elsewhere you have the distinct impression that the council at Shamballa, with its three Buddhas of activity, and I say three esoteric Buddhas, who are three esoteric Kumaras, as well as other representatives. We read about them in the rays and the initiations. I'm going to just hazard a guess, maybe around 106. We learn that very exalted beings are there, and maybe the Buddha is at the Wesak Festival, especially representing them and bringing in their blessing. So three factors of importance are brought into relation. Three factors of importance to humanity are brought into relation. Then the Christ, the embodiment of the love and will of God, since the will of God is love, and the agent of the spirit of peace. Now, if the Buddha has been, if the Wesak has been going on for some time, then we don't know exactly when the Christ has been expressing this spirit of peace on behalf of humanity. Now it seems to be that the expression will be done in a new, powerful, and synthetic way, since the three energies of the avatar of synthesis, the spirit of peace, and the Buddha will be linked together, linked synthetically in support of the Christ and his mission. The Christ, the embodiment of the love and will of God, and the agent of the spirit of peace can also be contacted, and humanity can be trained to appropriate this extra-planetary type of energy. The spirit of peace has an energy which is extra-planetary. There's no question about that anymore. It is that. It's not strictly shambolic. He's simply working from and through Shamballa, or at least through Shamballa, along with the avatar of synthesis, but their true origins are other and different and higher. So I think we begin to see, that humanity, really, kind of a kindergarten kingdom in its own way, is not left to its own devices to work out entirely its own salvation. It is given great opportunity through the presence of still higher energies which are brought in to the planetary expression in a well-timed way. Now, what that timing may be, why now, maybe we have a few hints, but the science of cycles is certainly not ours yet. Anyway, it has become time for the second ray soul of our planet to emerge into fuller expression. The Christ represents that second ray soul, and Sanat Kumara is the highest example of the teaching ray upon our planet. And certain great cycles, the 250,000 year cycle, recently ended 2,000 years ago, and the sign of universal love, which is Aquarius, is having a small precessional age and a large great platonic age. Those are a few factors which may make the time ripe, and as we've been looking at it, the general evolution of humanity and the initiatory status of our planet, and of the chains of the planetary logos, all these things coming together to make the time ripe. Okay. Now, where are we here? three factors of importance to humanity are brought into relation. So the Buddha and the forces, these forces of light, that's one thing. And the forces of enlightenment are very active. Now we learn more about them. The forces of enlighten are very active at Wesak. Okay, and the forces of restoration at Aries and reconstruction at Gemini. We contact the Christ, and here is the third type, which is brought into relation. Through the Christ and the Buddha, humanity can now establish a close relationship with Shamballa and then make its own contribution as a world center to the planetary life. And I think humanity's great contribution will be along the line of light, particularly. Pervaded by light and controlled by the spirit of peace, the expression of, the light from the Buddha and the spirit of peace, the love, and whatever else DK said that peace was, the expression of humanity's will to good can emanate powerfully from this third planetary center. Well, here we're looking at the will of humanity as a whole, and it's reinforced by light and love, which has been mediated to it through the Buddha and the Christ. Humanity will then, for the first time, enter upon its destined task as the intelligent, loving intermediary between the higher states of planetary consciousness, the superhuman states, and the subhuman kingdoms. Thus, humanity will become eventually the planetary savior. So here we have, this is clearly the destiny of humanity. Supported by the Christ and the Buddha, the human kingdom gets to enter upon its true mission, and equipped with love, equipped with light, it becomes the intelligent intermediary between the higher states and the subhuman kingdoms, and that is its will. That is the will to good being carried out by humanity. Now, we're certainly not there yet, but you can already see in the last century or two how efforts have been made to mediate to the lower kingdoms and improve their lot. The kingdom, of course, that suffers the most is the animal kingdom, and there are definite concentrated efforts to relieve the fate of animals and bring them into a far better condition. And this is done as well in relation to the plant kingdom, and maybe somehow all of the working of the mineral kingdom, the application of fire to it and the building of it into weaponry and other structures is initiatory in some small measure for the mineral kingdom. If you will have these thoughts in mind, the first three phrases of the Great Invocation will assume greater significance. And let me put some of these in tabular form, he says. Okay, so, let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. May men of goodwill everywhere meet in the spirit of cooperation. Maybe, I don't know if he's gotten into that quite yet, but the first two are there. That the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. We're shown how, and the Buddha accessed the forces of light and how he shared them. And we're shown how the Christ, at his moment of great acquiescence, came in contact with the spirit of peace. So did I say it's the Buddha and the forces of light? I hope I said that, and not spirit of peace, and the Christ and the spirit of peace, making these available to humanity, and now coming more to fruition as we reach a climactic point of the change of ages. And yeah, here it is. Okay, so let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. So the intermediary is the hierarchy, the soul consciousness. The agent of the forces of light is the Buddha. The expression is light, understanding, the illumined mind brought to humanity. The planes of expression are the second or monadic plane, and the Buddhic or intuitional plane, and the mental plane. And that is interesting. The focal point for the receiver, maybe, or for the giver, is the head center. And the planetary center is the hierarchy. That the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. The tabulation is a good one, and it puts it under our eye. And the Buddha is the agent to bring the light. Sometimes when you're looking at the second aspect of divinity, you wonder, is it light? Is it love? It's certainly love. Or is it light and love? Okay. So this is along the line of sort of a 2-4-6 line, but then the mental plane is involved as well. The focal point is the head center. We'll see what he means by focal point. And the planetary center involved is the hierarchy, creating the possibilities with the Wesak Festival for the Buddha to represent the forces of light. Now, when you look at the three types of forces, the forces of restoration, the forces of enlightenment, and the forces of reconstruction, it is the second, the forces of light, of enlightenment, are upholding the second or the middle position, which aligns with hierarchy. So I think we can ponder on this, and here further is the tabulation. Due to the Christ's achievement, let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. The intermediary is Shamballa, because, you know, it's, and he calls that spiritual consciousness. Oftentimes it's called divine consciousness when it concerns Shambhala, or the first two planes. But since the spirit of peace is extra-planetary, maybe here, that's why Shambhala is the intermediary, because the actual source of the spirit of peace is beyond the level of Shambhala. The agent is the Christ, the expression, the will of God as love and peace, and sentient response, the sensitizing of humanity. The planes of emphasis, the logoic plane, the Buddhic plane, and the astral or emotional plane. There especially, I think, there is a great deal of important emphasis, because so often the astral plane, partially ruled by Mars, is in a state of violence and does lead to war. Okay, so I wonder if we had gathered the content of this tabulation as we read above. The focal point here is the heart center, and the planetary center is Shambhala and not the hierarchy. So there are some mixtures, it seems, going on here, and I think this has to be studied carefully. Because, of course, let's see, the forces of light, they are still found within the cosmic physical plane, on the monadic plane, and maybe to an extent on the logoic plane, but he gives us an origin which is monadic, doesn't he? The second or monadic plane, the Buddhic and the mental. Now, when it comes to the spirit of peace, we are dealing with an extra-planetary kind of avatar, and so the intermediary point is Shamballa. The intermediary point here is hierarchy because, focused particularly now on the Buddhic plane when we're dealing with the forces of light, because these forces of light are found above the Buddhic plane, and the intermediary is the Buddhic hierarchy. I guess there's a few ashrams on the atmic plane, but they're not being, considered here, and they are of a first ray nature. I think especially important is the result of the expression of these great beings, light and understanding, and the illumined mind, and the expression over here, the will of God is love and peace, and especially at this time, the sensitizing of humanity to the love vibration. But very interestingly, the logoic plane, where the law of assembly works out and where Sanat Kumara is gathering the various forces that may impinge for their best type of application. Each one of these planes of emphasis has two who fit together on the same line and one which is on a different line. Have you noticed that? Here, the planes of emphasis, monadic and intuitional plane, fit together. They are second and fourth, but the mental plane is on the hard line. It's the fifth. Here, the planes of emphasis for the spirit of peace, the logoic plane stands by itself on the hard line with the Buddhic and astral fourth and sixth on the same line. Since we're dealing with light and maybe with the Buddha as a third ray monad, the head center is important. Here we're dealing with the Christ under the spirit of peace being spread abroad, and that's the heart center. But interestingly enough, there's a reversal. Shamballa is connected with the spirit of peace and hierarchy with the forces of light. So, as I say, it's not exactly straightforward tabulations. It's something to be studied. Okay. Now, I think we're moving on. Does it not seem so? He has not said too much about the men of goodwill, and he's tabulating this for us here. The intermediary is humanity itself. So he's basically showing us how the three great centers are all involved. Three great centers in a triangle: Shamballa, hierarchy, and humanity. The agent here, since we're dealing with the third ray and the first ray here, about men of goodwill everywhere meeting in a spirit of cooperation, but it is somehow suffused with the result of the effect of the spirit of peace, the love, energy, and cooperation. So the agent is the Lord of civilization, and the expression, which I always think is important, it doesn't go fully into the third aspect of divinity, but when we mention the plan, we are always dealing with the third aspect of divinity. Okay, I'm trying to find a way here to make this all fit. Intelligent love, dedicated to the plan. All right. Well, I'll just have to leave it that way. for the moment, leave the formatting. The expression is further creativity, and notice the will to good is here. Working through humanity, you would think that this very high form of will might be associated with Shamballa. What is the plane of emphasis? The atmic plane of spiritual will, the mental plane, the physical plane. So in this particular case, all planes are on the hard line, the third, the fifth, and the seventh. The focal point is humanity, which is the throat center, considered the throat center of our planetary logos, or maybe of Sanat Kumara. So this is the particular effect within humanity itself. May men of goodwill everywhere meet in the spirit of cooperation. It is a throat center, it is a third center, it's a center of light, but it uses the will to good to rise into the loving state. So the will of God as love can work through humanity. And I find that interesting. The will to good here is the expression, the will of God as love and peace for the forces of enlightenment and sentient response. And then the forces of light, the expression is light, understanding, and the illumined mind. There is somehow a mixing and blending going on here of the different aspects, and so that no one of them is completely homogeneous, and each one of them seems to have something in their nature from the other aspects. Okay, and now we're here. Self-consciousness, not group consciousness, not consciousness of oneness. It's humanity, which is the intermediary, and the forces are coming from above, the atmic plane. The atmic plane itself is higher than the usual human expression. The agent involves, within the hierarchy, one of the three great lords, the Lord of Civilization, and the expression intelligent love dedicated to the plan, creativity, which is in a way on the third ray, and the will to good. As a matter of fact, all three are here found. It's kind of a synthesis of love and will with creativity on the third ray added. The atmic plane of spiritual will, the mental plane, and the physical plane, planes 3, 5, and 7. And the focal point for all this is the throat center. And above the heart center, and above that, the head center. So I think I will emphasize those. Sometimes the progression is just the way you think it should be, and sometimes there is a reversal. But these are the three great bestowals in the first part of this mantra. Let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. Let men everywhere meet in the spirit, men of goodwill everywhere, meet in the spirit of cooperation. So the synthesis is occurring here pretty much at the third, with the third sentence. And just imagine if we were to so interiorize these tabulations and these indications that when we pronounced this invocation, they were in the back of our mind. It would be a different way of operating, wouldn't it? And we would be, of course, speaking as a soul. So many are the requirements which prevent us from confidently simply leaping in and just saying the words, right? Thus, he goes on to say, all the great centers are linked, and all the planes are interrelated, The past has contributed its finished work. I suppose the past based upon the third ray, the builder of the foundation. The present is evoking its just and right development. It's especially the present of love, and the future of wonder and of divine possibility appears, its results contingent upon a spirit of right understanding and invocation. So it's not an automatic future, but it is a likely future as we can have right understanding and right invocation. So much of the foregoing pages has been a lesson on how properly to invoke. And, hopefully we've learned something about that. As I look at what's been presented, I find it to be fairly intricate and requiring a lot of close attention if we're going to understand with clarity. Now, he goes on regarding the New Testament. I'll give a little room there. This is something, this tabulation is something that I feel strongly inclined to study because, as I say, the relationships are not precisely straightforward, but always the intermediary is a little lower than the source or maybe the focal point of the agent. The hierarchy, as I said, is focused vibratorily below the realm of the forces of light. The Shamballa is focused below the extra-planetary nature of the spirit of peace. And let's see if it works here. Humanity itself is certainly focused below the normal hierarchical position of the Lord of civilization. But there is a mixing and a blending and a weaving together that makes sure, as it says here, that all the great centers are linked and the planes are all interrelated. It's just that while we could accept such a statement at face value, we wouldn't know the intricacy of the relationships. And we see here, how we have built from the past through the present and how the future will materialize in wonder if we have right understanding and can invoke properly. So there are statements here from the New Testament, he says, and 3 statements in the New Testament begin now to demonstrate their profound esoteric significance and their amazing living potency. As always, the simplicity of words does not deny their occult depth. This is what he has proved to us, I think, on many occasions in these several tens of pages foregoing. I am the light of the world, the forces of light. That's phrase number 1. Okay. And it has to do here in some way with the second aspect, which is interesting because light is usually associated with the third aspect of divinity or with the second. My peace I give unto you, the spirit of peace. That's the second phrase, and well, maybe because of the exalted nature of this being, it is associated with the first aspect. But from another perspective, when you look at the triangle surrounding the Christ, it's got to be the avatar of synthesis in that triangle, and at the peak of that triangle, which is representing the first aspect. So in some exalted way, since Shamballa is the only center of pure and perfect peace on our planet, peace has also to be associated with the first aspect. Love thy neighbor as thyself, the men of goodwill. It's the third aspect, and love is transformed into goodwill, which is love in action, and the action is the activity aspect of the third ray. So, simple words enunciated by the Christ. Of course, Hermes and the Buddha were also the light of the world in a way, and in this case, the forces of enlightenment, what can we call them? I will call them that. Forces of enlightenment associate with the second aspect of divinity. My peace I give unto you, because peace is the quality of Shamballa, the first ray center. So peace in its association, peace in its association with the peace of the first ray center, Shamballa. And love thy neighbor. I mean, goodwill is love in action. That's what we're told, right? It's one of those mantras that makes an impression upon us. Goodwill is love in action. Action or activity represents the third aspect of divinity, the third ray. So, there is a weaving and a blending going on here, and if we try to fixate upon any of these types of forces, let us say, or any center of energy, and say that it represents only one ray, the Tibetan comes along and gives us another perspective. The three main aspects of divinity in man achieve practical expression through the influence of the Great Invocation, this first one, both in living usefulness and in true comprehension, true at least insofar as man's present point of evolution permits of his correct apprehension of significance. So I think the Tibetan is trying to show us, the power of the three aspects as they manifest in the first part of this invocation, that the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. Let men of goodwill everywhere meet in the spirit of cooperation. Simple words, but with an intricate foundation based upon the invocation and evocation of some underlying elevated energies. The three aspects of divinity in man achieve practical expression through the influence of the Great Invocation, both in living usefulness, because after all we have to meet in the spirit of cooperation, and true comprehension, all relative, of course, at least insofar as our present point of evolution allows us to have correct understanding, true comprehension, that is. All right, so this is the, my chronometer problems continue, but this is pretty much the end of hour 2. And let's just see whether, how far I can get in this, because I think he still has yes, he's going to go through all of the statements. And so it's going to take, 3, probably 4 maybe even 5 hour-long sections to deal with the assertions within this first great invocation. So now we've reached, we have to steep ourselves in this presented material. It's not like we can, with the concrete mind, simply comprehend everything. The intuition has to make its testimony, and something of the woven wholeness has to appear within our consciousness, within our mind, an appreciation of the woven wholeness of the presentation in these, what does he call them? Stupendous words of power. Okay, so let's let that go for just a little while and come back as much as possible. I think what I will do is go on just a little bit because the summary continues. Goodwill as the practical and possible expression of love on earth, evoking right relationship. So goodwill works through humanity, kind of a blend of the second and third aspect, but it requires the third aspect, and it evokes right relationship. It is a demonstration of love on earth. Now, notice here that light, this is not we're not being given the usual triplicity of will, love, and light in that order. We're being given something else that relates to the invocation. Light is the expression of the hierarchy, as the expression of hierarchy. After all, it is called the hierarchy of love and light, and it is called the hierarchy of light, So, as I say, light is one of those qualities which particularly relate to the second and third aspect of divinity, but then there is what you call the unfettered light or enlightenment of Shamballa. Light is substance itself. Light is matter. Light is the appearance of something out of apparently nothing, but it's not nothing, it's no thing, Light as the expression of hierarchy pours into the human consciousness, the forces of enlightenment active at the time of Wesak, irradiating all dark places and evoking a response from all forms of life in the 3 worlds of manifestation and in the 3 subhuman kingdoms through the medium of the human. And I think, it requires that somehow I differentiate these. I'd like to do that and put them, put them in this manner. And we're going to look at peace in a minute, because normally you would think, well, the spirit of peace, there's a great second ray involved there, except that peace is the factor on our planet which is particularly related to Shamballa. And then what do we do with the hierarchy of synthesis, or the avatar of synthesis? We cannot assign that avatar to a different ray than the first, I think. Finally, we come to the word peace. Obviously, there are different ways of looking at all of these particular words, and that the flexibility of the Tibetan's mind introduces us to those ways. Peace as the expression of the will of Shamballa produces balance, equilibrium. These are factors related to the spirit of peace, balance and equilibrium, synthesis and understanding, divine understanding, in harmlessness, plus a spirit of invocation, which is basically an action producing reaction. This demonstrates as the first great creative and magical work of which humanity is capable, swinging as it does all three divine aspects into a simultaneous activity in line with the will of God. So here is a particular way of looking at peace, associating it with Shamballa, and yet connecting it as well with an action and the spirit of invocation. Peace can be, the invocation for peace can be sent forth from the high places, and a response, an evocation can come, and peace can eventuate, and we know we do expect the era of peace in the Aquarian age. So this demonstrates as all this together as the first great creative and magical work of which humanity is capable, swinging as it does all three divine aspects into a simultaneous activity in line with the will of God. So these are factors which are operative now, and humanity's first great magical work, as it were. Okay, I think, yes, the next section deals with the last two phrases. So moted be and help us to do our part is not counted. It's simply an affirmation, an important one, a powerful one, but there are 5 basic sentences which have to be analyzed. Goodwill within humanity involving action, light from hierarchy involving the forces of enlightenment, and peace emanating from Shamballa and thus associated with the spirit of peace. Okay. Well, there's always more to say, isn't there? And but I have to leave to the reader, to the listener, to the viewer, and to the groups that may use this kind of material, the opportunity to see it their own way and to bring their own interpretation to what the Tibetan says and the comments that I may make. I will just say this: if the use of this first invocation can demonstrate as humanity's first great magical and creative work, and if it can swing all the 3 aspects of divinity into simultaneous activity in line with the will of God, then obviously, it's very important, and we do not want to neglect it. We want to use it and apply it to the circumstances of the day, to the psychic atmosphere of the day, to bring about this truly solar word of power, to bring about its effect in the world today. I think maybe it has a different emphasis than the invocation we usually use, and certainly a different emphasis than the second invocation. Okay, let's continue, because we're going to now work on the last 2 phrases, he says, which summarize the effects, synthetic and eternal and consequently lasting, which the establishment of direct relationship with Shamballa will produce in the 2 other planetary centers, the hierarchy and humanity. Okay, let's look at this. And I'll just try to get for a moment that bracket which I use sometimes. All right, so we've dealt with, may the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. May the spirit of peace be spread abroad. May men of goodwill everywhere meet in the spirit of cooperation. And now the fourth phrase. Okay. We come now to the last of the two phrases, which summarize the effects, synthetic and eternal, and consequently lasting, which the establishment of direct relationship with Shamballa will produce in the two other planetary centers, hierarchy and humanity. I refer to effects which will express themselves as group activity motivated by the essential values of selflessness and persistent effort, which is sustained concentration in the last analysis, and thereby producing conditions for which the Lord of the world, the Ancient of Days, has long waited. The patience and sustaining love of Shamballa is infinite. What a statement. Okay. So the effects. Group activity motivated by the essential values of selfishness and persistent effort. And long has the Lord of the world awaited these matters, these developments. Okay. The fourth phrase runs, as you know. Well, how does the fourth phrase run? Let's see here. Well, it seems to have disappeared, but I've reclaimed it. May forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. Okay. As you know, the word forgiveness is a curious and unusual one and signifies, according to the best derivative sources, simply to give for. Okay. So it has different meanings according to the perspective. Forgiveness is not, therefore, a synonym for pardon, though the word has been distorted in theological circles to mean this. So little has the Church understood the basic motivating power behind divine expression in our solar system. Well, I think we all do admit, please forgive me, will you forgive me, will you pardon me? Yes, that is the meaning usually attached to forgiveness, but usually and more authentically to give for. Theologians ever think in terms of the human mind and not in terms of the divine mind. Forgiveness is sacrifice and is the giving up of oneself, even of one's very life, for the sake of others and for the good of the whole group. And this is something we really have to bring in mind if we're going to may forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. May giving for, sacrifice, giving up be the keynote at this time. The spirit of sacrifice, really the first law of the soul, is ever found when the Shamballa force is rightly contacted, even in the smallest degree, and so that should give us a hint as to whether we are contacting in even the smallest degree the Shamballa force. We will be animated by this spirit of sacrifice. The spirit of sacrifice is ever found when the Shamballa force is rightly contacted, even in the smallest degree, and the underlying impulse behind the loving will of God is sensed and understood, accompanied, as this always is, with the desire to participate in that will and its spirit of divine sacrifice. Well, I'm just marveling at how the Tibetan rites, and especially in his cooperation with Alice Bailey, they are said to have worked out, a form of English together, which was very suitable. The spirit of sacrifice is ever found when the Shamballa force is rightly contacted, even in the smallest degree, and the underlying impulse behind the loving will of God is sensed and understood, and accompanied, as always, as this always is, with the spirit desire to participate in the will and its spirit of divine sacrifice, participate in that will and its spirit of divine sacrifice. So maybe not so many of us have contacted the Shamballa energy, force, even in the smallest degree. Okay. Manifestation is itself the great forgiveness. Well, now we're using the word, of course, in a way that's entirely different from the idea of pardoning. The stupendous lives outside manifested existence, are we talking about the cosmic astral plane and cosmic mental plane and so forth, or are we speaking of manifested existence as the lower 18 or 21 systemic subplanes? Anyway, the stupendous lives outside manifested existence entered into manifestation in order to give themselves for the lesser lives and forms of existence, in order that these lesser lives might be enabled to proceed onward towards the goal, which is known to deity alone, and thus eventually reach high places of spiritual expression. So that's a beautiful motive, and of course it seems emanatively to all begin with the great universal logos, who apparently subdivides itself and goes forth in increasing subdivision, but there has to be a way of return. So this is very beautiful, really, and brings us somewhat into the motive in which we can share the stupendous lives outside manifested existence, whether on the higher cosmic etheric levels or even further on the cosmic astral plane, let's say, and beyond, entered into manifestation to give themselves for the lesser lives and forms of existence. All right, well, we're having a fine lesson here. We're learning about another and deeper and more true meaning of forgiveness, in order that these lesser lives might be enabled to proceed onward towards a goal which is known to deity alone, and thus eventually reach high places of spiritual expression. Well, is this not, in a way, our very own motive? I mean, if we are monadic lives and we have undertaken a pilgrimage into the lower worlds, are we not involved in this process of forgiveness, compared to the lesser lives? The monad, I suppose, is one of those stupendous lives, and certainly outside the range of manifestation where the lower lives are presently manifesting. Of course, it's all one life, and that's the mystery of it all. Achievement is ever followed by sacrifice and the giving of the greater for the lesser. Well, that's true, isn't it, when you compare Capricorn with Aquarius? Lost am I in light supernal, yet on that light I turn my back, I descend the mountain, I go into the valley, I salvage and I save. So this is a very important principle. It's not just that achievement is followed by the immediate desire for more accumulative achievement, more equipping of the energy system with the equipment and the state of it that has been achieved. Something must be done of a sacrificial nature, a giving of what has been achieved. So let's call it that. Well, that's not it, is it? Yeah, I have to find my bracket again, don't I? I know there are other ways to do it, but here we go. When one wants to write, one doesn't want to put in the wrong cut and paste, So, a giving of that which has been achieved. This is the chain of hierarchy. As we know, one hand lifted to be supported by a greater life, and one hand below to support an upcoming life. This is an aspect of the law of evolution. I mean, it's in parenthood, isn't it? Up to a certain point, let's say, ideally in the 20s, there has been an achievement and accumulation and sufficient strength then to offer the opportunity to live again in form to those who need that opportunity, and the achievement is given to the child. Such is the note and theme of the entire creative process, and is the basic meaning of the phrase, God is love, where love signifies giving and sacrifice, at least in this solar system. Well, who knows what's to come in the solar system of will, and that's probably what he's hinting at here. Such is the note and theme of the entire creative process, and is the basic meaning of the phrase, God is love. God consistently gives of itself. God pours its supreme nature forth to lift the aspects of itself which have gone forth in emanation. Of course, as I said, it's all one being acting within itself, but apparently many beings, apparently, and under the spell of divided perception, which does not last forever. It is for this reason that the esoteric teaching emphasizes the fact that the soul of man is a lord of sacrifice and of loving, persistent devotion, as is the monad. Of course, there is consciousness in the monad too, and soul is consciousness. The monad, a lord of ceaseless, persevering devotion, and the soul here, much the same with different words, loving, persistent devotion. Always giving, but giving what is needed appropriately so that growth can really occur, and not simply giving unwisely, which can retard progress. So it is for this reason that the esoteric teaching emphasizes the fact that the soul of man is a lord of sacrifice and of loving, persistent devotion. I suppose in a way we're speaking of the solar angel, and we're speaking of the attitude within the causal body of the developing man who looks at his personality elementals and seeks to raise them. So the two outstanding qualities of the Shamballa lives, sustaining life and giving. We sometimes hear, that it is purification, organization, purification, destruction, and organization, but here is yet another perspective. And it's a beautiful perspective, and it plays into the great mantram, to those who give all is given. The motive to give oneself entirely is the great sacrifice, and is the great forgiveness. And so if there were a day of planetary, planet-wide forgiveness, forgetfulness, forgiveness, and fulfillment, that's how he described it, would we then think of forgiveness in this more advanced way? Maybe we would. Maybe we would forget the so-called harms that have come to us because of others, realizing that there is but one being, and any part of that being can only inflict harm upon itself. And then we would give what we had with generosity. I guess in a certain way, Jupiter must be considered, with its bounty, its abundance, a planet of forgiveness. Maybe Neptune also in a different way. So the two outstanding quality of the Shamballa lives, they sustain and they give. There's so many things worth remembering and applying, and the likelihood of that kind of memory is small, but impression can be made and application can be enacted. So all of this is lasting devotion to the good of the whole, or the expression of the spirit of synthesis and sacrifice, in order again that all lesser lives, such as those embodied in the personality of man, the elemental lives, may rise to the resurrection which is in Christ through the crucifixion or sacrifice of the soul upon the cross of matter. What a brilliant paragraph. In summary, it touches me. I'm sure it touches you. So we're learning what forgiveness really is. The soul is a lord of sacrifice, the very first law of the soul, and of loving, persistent devotion. So in case we ever want to throw that word devotion away, we have to remember one of the key motivating factors of the soul, loving, persistent devotion. And this factor of forgiveness is far more than simply pardoning, which of course, maybe grows out of that spirit of forgiveness, because it's easy for the word to slip over into the other meaning. The Christ was asked, how many times shall we forgive those who trespass against us? Shall it be 7 times? What shall it be? 7 times 7 or more? And basically the Christ said, you pardon forever, because you are animated by the spirit of giving of yourself. Of course, that was not what was emphasized, because this idea of forgiveness as loving, persistent, devoted giving is not maybe as easy to understand. But I'm glad that we're studying it right now, because it's so important to ponder on that and to see whether one is really a person who is for the act of giving, for giving. The giving up of oneself, even of one's very life, for the sake of others and for the good of the whole group. And, so Christ among us the most forgiving of all human beings at this time. And when we say, does Christ forgive me? It's been distorted as pardoning all my wrongdoings so I don't have to pass through the pain of karmic adjustment. But of course, it really means something else. Christ forgives all human beings and those on the planet in other kingdoms, because he gives of himself entirely, totally. And so is Sanat Kumara, a great center of forgiveness. Okay. So anyway, this beautiful phrase, this is lasting devotion to the good of the whole and the expression of the spirit of synthesis and sacrifice, in order that all lesser lives, such as those embodied in the personality of man, may rise to the resurrection which is in Christ through the crucifixion or sacrifice of the soul upon the cross of matter. As you read it, you can feel yourself being swept by the spirit of it. It's really, really beautiful. It is this thought again which gives significance to the life of Christ on earth, for he enacted for us an eternal process, externalizing it in such a way that it became the symbol of the motive of the entire manifested universe, and the impulse which should direct each of us: crucifixion and death, resurrection and life, and the consequent salvation of the whole. So basically we learn that though one would give wholly of oneself, not all environments make it easy to do so. One wishes to give of oneself, but it is not received. It is not understood. And one has to cultivate the art and science of forgiveness so that the giving may be done properly. Okay. It is this thought which is embodied in the challenge of this fourth phrase of the Great Invocation, and means literally, may all men everywhere respond to the keynote of the universe and give themselves for others. It's just magnificent. So may forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. It means something more. May all men everywhere respond to the keynote of the universe, the vast and entire universe, and its universal logos, who gave of himself, itself, to create all the different forms of life which are essentially himself, itself. Keep the gender out of it because it's not to be, genderized. So isn't that illuminating, really? Is it not? May all men everywhere respond to the keynote of the universe and give themselves for others, and how much we could ponder on that. It's really turning everything around because, the personality grasps and acquires, hoards, corners, grasps for itself. It's like a black hole in a way, in the negative connotation of that idea. It's like a sink, when in fact the outpouring of what we have, whenever we can find occasion to pour forth in forgiveness. Can we really turn that around now, Can we really use that word as it is intended to be used? It is a real change in orientation, is it not? And you see how fixated human beings are upon acquisition, not realizing that to those who give all is given. And yet that's not the motive, to get all. It just happens naturally. But the giving of a little and a little more and a little more until one gives all, that is the discipline. A greater love hath no man than that he lay down his life for a friend. So that expresses, and all the time, the profound wisdom and simplicity of the great teacher comes home to us. And is it not, in a faint and dim manner, the present keynote of human effort? Is it not? In spite of a real inability to think truly, effectively, and intuitively, the mass of men in all lands are responding clearly and definitely to this note of sacrifice. We go into the egoic lotus and we find that the third petal in every tear is a sacrifice tear, and this may mean largely in the hall of ignorance, and we may be dealing with unconscious sacrifice, but nevertheless, the sacrifice is occurring. More conscious in the second tier, and with respect to the sixth petal, and entirely conscious and generous and self-relinquishing by the time we reach the ninth petal and the third initiation. at least giving up everything maybe except the causal body, which is required after that point. Leaders of the great nations everywhere are using this note and call to sacrifice in their appeals at this time to their peoples. Men in Germany were called to battle by their leaders with the challenge of sacrifice and told that they must give their lives in order that Germany may live. Well, something is accomplished, even though the motive was a glamorous one. A study of the speeches by the German leaders will be found to contain this note. The other group, whom you call the Allies because they stand more specifically for the good of the whole and not for the good of the separated nation or unit, are also calling the masses of their people to fight for the good of civilization and for the preservation of those values which are next upon the evolutionary scale and essential to the general good. So the Allies, as they were considered, not the Axis, but the Allies, had a wider objective, not so narrow, not so egotistical, more for the future values which are the foundation of a progressive civilization. But, we're dealing with, in all these cases, the call to sacrifice. And probably we hear that call resounding within our psyche as we examine the condition of the planet and of various nations and the fading Piscean civilization and the promise of the Aquarian civilization. We hear that call to contribute whatever we can to the building of the new civilization. The wording of these calls and the objectives expressed may differ in formulation, but the theme is the same, and the effect is to call forth the spirit of sacrifice in the nations. Is it any different today? I mean, the sacrifice is less on the field of battle, perhaps. At least in a number of the Western nations it is, and the world is not at war on the external plane, not yet, and hopefully it will not be. But the spirit of sacrifice for the coming Aquarian civilization does call to us, does it not? Though the motives behind such a call may be mixed, and leaders guided as much by expediency and selfish national interests as by the general good. I'm thinking of Venezuela now and its present leader calling for sacrifice, but obviously it's just a call for self-preservation. Yet they know that the note which will evoke an immediate response from the unit and the individual is fundamentally the good of the larger unit, the nation and the group of nations. So the lesser is being offered to the greater, the lesser gives itself to the success, the survival even of the greater. Maybe 50 million people died in World War II, so many of them, the innocent, not considering karma, but the apparently innocent, and yet it would not have been a success in terms of the forces of light unless so many had offered their lives. Sometimes it was under the gun, We hear stories about World War I in the trenches where if a fearful soldier returned to the trenches after a charge, he was shot by an officer who remained in the trenches just to prevent any such backward movement. So some of it was under the gun, but so often the life was given for the sake of something greater and the welfare of the nation, and also, making it personal, thinking of one's family, father, mother, brothers, sisters, relatives, the near ones, thinking of them and how they would be overcome unless the sacrifice was made. Therefore, forgiveness or sacrifice, making sacred through giving. Let's call it that for the moment. The act of giving. Excuse me. Therefore, forgiveness or sacrifice in order to save others is increasingly the recognized needed keynote at this time, and in this recognition lies much to justify the sorry state of past evolutionary processes and methods. At least the sacrifice was made, and at least one was offering his life for something greater. And so these are some of the evolutionary advantages of that terrible process that we call war. It is terrible upon the form and will create in the psyche many conditions which have to be ameliorated, but in terms of the courage and the higher spiritual values, something emerges which might not emerge unless the situation were so dire. So hence Master Moria's statement may be much understood, the worse the better. Well, okay, we go on. Something justifies all of this misery when it is recognized that the giving for involves right living upon the physical plane and not, as is so often thought, the dying of the physical body. We shall see a revitalized world. And this is really another one of those foundational statements. I think this whole book is filled with foundational statements which must be pondered, the value recognized, and then applied. When it is recognized that the giving for involves right living upon the physical plane and not, as so often thought, the dying of the physical body, then we shall see a revitalized world, the right mode of living. We might call it this. It is the living Christ, the living world Savior, who saves humanity. It is the sacrifice day by day in the process of daily living that can save the world of men, the sacrifice of selfish personal interests for the good of the whole, and the giving up of one's practical life to the salvage of the world. It is living in order that others too may live. I mean, if we've lost contact with the physical plane, there may be some effectiveness from the other side, but the living present person, animated by these values, can help those who too must live. or should be offered the opportunity really to live. Sometimes when you see the conditions in which people live, well, just imagine seeking your soul's sustenance from a garbage heap. It is living in order that others too may live, which is the theme of the New Testament. When, therefore, the mode of sacrifice enters into the realm of the subtler and subjective values, and the true meaning of forgiveness is intellectually, practically, and spiritually comprehended, the new age will be abundantly realized, and with its truly human civilization and a culture which will embody the realities of the esoteric teaching as well as the best of the externalized past. So it is daily living forgiveness, daily living sacrifice, not of the body, but of the selfish personal interests. This is what is required. The sacrifice of selfishness and living in such a way that we are able to give to others what they truly need. This is the real repentance. This is the real reversal of the wheel. Then and only then will the new esotericism be revealed to the race of men who have made aspiration a fact in their outer experience. The attitude of the masses in the present conflict is the guarantee of this, and the proof also of the success of the Christ's mission. The masses are responding properly in giving sacrificially. They respond to that call. We can call it patriotism. We can call it defending one's family, so that, those left behind and who are not on the battlefield will not be overcome. Of course, you look at World War II, and there was a lot of that. The Germans had gone into the war with the wrong motive, and those who were left behind, many of them were overcome by the Russians in very cruel ways. But I'm sure that many out there fought for the welfare of those left behind. It's always the man who seeks the welfare of others, the one who is invested in the welfare of others. There's a monastery up in northern Tromsø, Norway, Totus Tuus. The sisters there carry on their life, and the motto there is, I think it's totally for you, the one who lives for others. It's a high ideal, and everyone is presented with the tests to see whether they can do that, and then presented and re-presented until there is success. The result of what is happening today must sooner or later produce an at-one-ment between all nations and peoples. Remember, this is on the eve of the Great War, the precipitation of the war for real, not so that you could make excuses that it wasn't really a war and that Hitler, in fact, was a gentleman and he would be good to his word, and all of those projections of some of the English leaders who thought you could deal honorably with such a man, but you cannot, you could not. At one-ment is ever, under evolutionary law, the consequence of sacrifice. Another of those great sentences. At one-ment is ever, under evolutionary law, the consequence of sacrifice. Seems that there shall be no unity in society until this primary urge of the soul, the urge to sacrifice, is truly understood. Of this, Christ's sacrifice was the symbol and the guarantee, impulsed as his life and activities were by the spirit of peace. So again, even before the willing acceptance in the Garden of Gethsemane, the Christ was being directed by the spirit of peace. It's hard to work out the timing of this, but obviously he made a true linking up with this solar deity, this solar avatar, as I was discussing earlier in the Garden of Gethsemane, when he accepted the will of Sanat Kumara. Not my will, Father, but thine be done. So Christ's sacrifice was the symbol and guarantee of the coming at one-ment. He made of twain one new man, so making peace is this soul and personality, shall we say. Of course, as the head of the hierarchy, he would have done this, but he dramatized it for humanity. His real struggles lay on far higher planes, involving the sixth initiation. As he made of twain one new man, so making peace, so today, out of the duality of soul and body, or soul and personality, humanity is achieving the same ends, and the result of the final stage of this final stage of the Piscean age will be the fusion in consciousness of soul and body. And we are in that period now. And maybe for the next 100 years, when the new teaching is being given, it will be up to those who understand to bring about the fusion of soul and body, or soul and personality, and to bring it about in the lives of others as well, at least suggest that it happen in language which can be understood and which can be carried through into action. The Aquarian age will demonstrate an increasing expression of this at one-ment wrought out in the crucifixion of humanity at the present time. That is what is happening in that Second World War, and who knows when else and what else. There is some uncertainty about the fate of humanity, despite reassurances. The Tibetan has told us of a possibility that can definitely be visioned, and it is not a happy possibility for humanity. But in the wonder of the new age and in its advantages as we move forward evolutionarily, the Aquarian age will demonstrate an increasing expression of this at one-ment, wrought out through sacrifice, which is the crucifixion of humanity at the present time. This crucifixion is a great sacrifice. The difference between this coming stage and that of the past is that in the past, the soul has sought this development and at one-ment and From the angle of evolution, it has been slowly and gradually attained, but in the future, it will be consciously sought, achieved, and recognized by man upon the physical plane as a result of the present period of giving for the whole of the best which the individual can give. You know, the films somehow do depict this, the sacrificial attitude. There have been some wonderful and terrible, wonderfully terrible films. At least the subject matter has been terrible to contemplate. Lately, I'm thinking of that film, Saving Private Ryan, in which Tom Hanks played the role of a really fine leader who was a humanitarian, and how he approached the war and how he met his end. It was a real, giving for the whole. If we can just remember a few of these phrases, giving for the whole, this will tell us what it means. May forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. And may it be the keynote at this time, at this particular time as well. So it was the soul that sought the development, but now it's the human being himself. And so that represents progress, that represents progress. And it will be, with the group process operative now, it will be an accelerated process. I would point out, he says, that just as the energies released by use of the first three phrases of the invocation relate to the head, Shamballa, to the heart, the hierarchy, and to the throat center, humanity, so the right use of the fourth phrase will bring into consciousness, conscious functioning activity, the center between the eyebrows, the ajna center in the individual man and in humanity as a whole. Now, isn't it interesting that these fairly simple words relate to a great occult structure underlying the whole process? May forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time, animating the ajna center. This center begins to become active and to function dynamically. Of course, it has been active before in a strictly personal sense, but now we're talking about its connection with the true soul or triad, and to function dynamically, governing and directing the individual energies once a real measure of personality integration has been achieved. So the giving is directed. We're talking about directed giving. And we do have, if you think about it, some extremely wealthy philanthropists in the world who have to target where they will offer their gift according to what their values may be, education, health, whatever. It is, as you know, the fourth center found above the diaphragm in the human body, and the phrase which awakens it both individually and in the group is this fourth phrase. Now, this is not easy to see, that the ajna center should be awakened by the phrase, may forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. But there will be a pouring forth, and there will be a sharing, and it will be specific, and the sense of direction, directing the giving, is involved here, isn't it? There is therefore a numerical relationship. When used wisely and intelligently by human beings, many of the blended potencies which the first three phrases have made available are invoked, and so made available to the individual as well as to the group. So there are some incidental advantages to the individual who is using this invocation. They can then be focused for his use in the ajna center. The energy of light and peace. And let's see, just up here a little bit, I'm going to go back and make sure that I know, that we all know what it is. Yeah, goodwill. Goodwill, light, and peace. Looked at a little differently, but the peace of Shamballa, the light of hierarchy, and the goodwill of humanity focused in the ajna center. Okay. So they can then be focused for his use in the ajna center, because the ajna is that tremendous focusing center, focusing and directing, operative at many different stages of evolution, even in the early selfish stage, operative, but it becomes something more with progress. So in many ways, therefore, this fourth phrase of the Great Invocation is of paramount importance to the individual as well as to humanity, invoking as it does great and vital potencies and indicating process, that is sacrifice, and purpose, plus the identification of the unit and the group with the basic intent of manifestation. Who would have thought that so much could lie behind the words which, in a way, seem relatively easy to understand, but maybe easy to understand superficially and even incorrectly, as in the case of the idea of forgiveness. Well, let's see. My chronometer has completely failed me, so I'm lost in the sea of time. I do know that we're somewhere near the third hour of this work. So let's just say near the third hour, but I'm not sure how near. And before wading in with the fifth phrase, let power attend the efforts of the great ones, I feel it would be wise to stop, because there is a broadcast on the reappearance of the Christ coming up, and it's better to have time well allocated than to venture in and have to pick up the threads and so forth. So let's see if after this broadcast, if it will be possible then to continue. I would like to do that. And I think it would be advantageous for us to cover in this series the fifth sentence also. And here the italics are completed up to this specific point, And I don't know if I think that this particular section, which lies ahead, cannot possibly take an hour. So I'll just have to resign myself to the fact that this will be an irregular program. And I think I will begin with this section, a united act of call to a united act of service, November 1939. Well, it might be possible to go a little further. He's always focusing our mind on the future, no matter how dire things have been. November of 1939, the world was deep in war, no question about it. And the next offering, because they are very busy on the inside, trying to do all they can to prevent humanity from really going down. So the next offering is April 1940. From November 1939 to April 1940, it seems like about 6 months. So let's see if it becomes possible for me to continue and just, well, okay, we're dealing with a program of irregular length. So this program will be of irregular length. Maybe my intuition or whatever it is will serve to help me get closer to the hour, but we will see. Okay, thank you, and we'll take it up after this. Take it up after the broadcast. Okay, let us continue. The broadcast is over, and we begin our fourth section. And as I told you, my chronometer went a little wacky, so I'm not sure exactly where I am in the tracking of hours, but I know we do have a fifth phrase here. And in the first of the Great Invocations, the fifth phrase, let power attend the efforts of the great ones, is definitely related to the effect in the hierarchy of a constructive use of the Great Invocation, just as the previous one, the previous statement, is related to humanity. Okay. So the effect within hierarchy itself, that the forces of light bring illumination to mankind, that the spirit of peace be spread abroad, let men of goodwill everywhere meet in a spirit of cooperation, may forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time, let power attend the efforts of the great ones. The effect in the hierarchy is a relatively new one and is due to the participation in humanity in the process of invocation, thus producing new effects and contacts. Okay, relatively new one. Relatively new. Okay. It is the united effort of the two great centers which is of such paramount importance and upon which I desire to have you concentrate. Hierarchy and humanity, Ray 2, Ray 3, love and intelligence. Its utterance by man throws the weight of human appeal and desire behind the age-old efforts of the hierarchy, and this is now for the first time truly possible on a large scale. So humanity is at last, in certain of its brackets, cooperating consciously with what has been the goal of hierarchy for a very long time. For aeons, the hierarchy has struggled alone to help and lift humanity and to stimulate the potency of the human planetary center so that its vibratory activity would eventually be sufficiently powerful to swing it into the radius or magnetic field of hierarchical activity. Now, this is at last happening, and for some of us, cooperation with hierarchy is absolutely paramount in our minds. Finally, the hierarchy is receiving not just resistance and inertia from humanity, but active cooperation from at least, the intelligentsia, or let's just say the aspirants and disciples particularly. This long task has at last achieved success. The hierarchy and humanity are at last en rapport. And we're thinking about the West, and how Blavatsky came forward and presented the masters of the wisdom to an amazed humanity. At least certain of them were amazed. Many now reject what is presented because it's such a threat to the dogmatic forms of religion, but it was a wonderful presentation with the founding of the Theosophical Society and the appearance of her books. All the time Master DK and M and KH being behind it. So this is the higher reflection or correspondence to what goes on within the consciousness of a human being who, having reached the stage of discipleship, is at the point of blending the light of the personality. It has to do with intelligence largely, as it is expressed through the ajna center and its externalization, the pituitary body, and the light of the soul as it is in its turn expressed by the light in the head or by the head center and its externalization, the pineal gland. So hierarchy is corresponding with the head center and the pineal gland in this case, and humanity is corresponding to the pituitary, to the ajna center and the pituitary gland. We always want to be aware of these correspondences because they really do help clarify our understanding. So, despite the terrible events on the outer plane, from the inner perspective, much has been accomplished. You will therefore note afresh the practical significance of these fourth and fifth phrases of the Great Invocation. May forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. Let power attend the efforts of the great ones. One serves to arouse humanity as a planetary center to activity and realization, and the other serves to aid the hierarchy in its ancient efforts, so that the two are then related to each other's magnetic fields and produce a blending and a synthesis which will lead to a fuller expression of the soul of divinity through the medium of humanity. Ponder on this statement. Okay, let us do so just a little, but you can do that more when you have this, and there is no pressure from me to move on. So, there is some kind of diagram in Dyna, is it Dyna 2? I think it's in the life of a certain disciple, RSU, where Master KH's ashram and Master DK's ashram are overlapping, and there's an area there, kind of a Vesica Pisces in a way, in which she finds herself. Eventually, she did move on thoroughly into Master KH's ashram. So it's a question of interpenetrating magnetic fields, whether on a large scale, hierarchy and humanity, or in the case of the disciple, the soul and personality, the second aspect and the third. And do you have a sense in your own life of love and intelligence blending? If so, then the effect of the planet Venus is being active. And as I said, in the horoscope, the position of Venus will tell us a lot about perhaps how we can go about facilitating this blend of love, of soul and personality, especially if we're at the point where it can really be accomplished. The simple presence of a potential in the horoscope does not mean that the individual is ready to act on it. In the esoteric teaching, this takes place in the life of the individual when, by an act of the will, the center at the base of the spine is aroused, and the fire and the light of the personal threefold life, one aspect of which is often called the Kundalini fire, is carried upward and merged with the power and the light of the soul. Up of the will rising at the base of the spine, rising to the head center of purpose and onward to the soul. And Master DK's third meditation in Discipleship Volume 2 actually gives us this process, and we could and should practice it. But that comes a bit later, doesn't it? The center of the base of the spine, not until after the third initiation, and then it can be slowly activated, playing the greatest role at the fifth initiation. The major approach of the two basic energies of form and soul, as an expression of spirit, soul is the expression of spirit, are thereby related within the human being. The marriage in the heavens takes place, and the task of the creative process of incarnation or individual manifestation is on the way to completion. And toward this merging, this total blending, which in one way seems to take place at the third initiation, but if you really want to follow it through, it's probably not until just before the fourth initiation that the merging is absolutely complete. The soul of divinity through the medium of humanity. Again, when we say divinity, we oftentimes mean the monadic area or the higher two planes, but it's not always rigorous. So, swinging into each other's magnetic fields and produce a blending and a synthesis which will lead to a fuller expression of the soul of divinity through the medium of humanity. That comes even later. The soul of divinity is really the monad triad. But the soul infusion, what we normally call soul, has to come first. And then gradually triad and monad make their way into the soul-infused personality, and then you have a completion of the process. Within the planetary life, the same process goes on. I suppose soul and personality of the planet, right? The life of humanity as a whole, which is intelligent form life, and the life of the hierarchy, which is the life of the soul under impulse from the spirit. Now that's important, or will aspect is symbolized in Shamballa, are fused and blended, and then a new departure in the evolutionary process becomes possible. Okay. Fusing and blending, merging, marrying, uniting, all of these things are objectives and work against the obstructiveness of the great heresy of separateness. You notice in today's world, there are obviously those people who are working on behalf of separation. They hardly know why. It's all some kind of egoistical projection onto the larger scene, and they stand. Right now, there are three who are standing strongly for, and maybe more, but prominently standing for the separation of their nation from other nations. And they don't understand the implications of what they're doing. So the same process goes on, but the entire personality of the planet has to be considered. And actually, interesting about that, because it involves cosmic planes, and the soul involves the cosmic higher mental plane. So I suppose if we want to extend it that far and go beyond the cosmic physical plane, we can find the same merging process. We're not quite there yet, of course, because our particular planetary logos is only, as a god, an initiate of the first degree in that system of initiation. So, the life of humanity as a whole, which is intelligent form life, and the life of the hierarchy, which is the life of the soul. So this is what's being described here, is in a way taking place on the cosmic physical plane under impulse from the spirit or will aspect, on the highest two planes especially, although sometimes there are four gates to Shamballa, and the entire cosmic ethers can be looked at, all four levels, as Shamballa. But generally, the most esoteric area, the monad area, the second subplane, and the logoic area, the first subplane. So under impulse from the spirit or will aspect as symbolized in Shamballa, it's kind of interesting, is it not literally in Shamballa, but at least Shamballa is the symbol for the spirit. The spirit, of course, is vast, but there's a special form of it on our planet. All these are fused and blended, and then a new departure in the evolutionary process becomes possible. And certainly that is the case for the individual man as well. When one is an entirely soul-infused personality, something altogether different becomes possible, and the original struggles, excuse me, the original struggles cease, and new battles are staged, but not so much within one's own energy system as within the energy system of humanity to help and aid it. The kingdom of God, which is the kingdom of souls, that, he refers to it that way. This is hierarchy. The kingdom of God, which is the kingdom of souls, and the human kingdom as mutually expressive and interrelated, are perfectly synthesized and anchored on earth. This is like the soul-infused personality, and this is coming, but it's not with us yet. The glory of the one can then be faintly seen, and that, what does that do? That this hints, let's see if I can put this in, this hints at the transfiguration, where the glory of the Lord is seen, but compared to the glory of the monad, is faint. The glory of the one can then be faintly seen, which is the glory of Shamballa. All glories are relative, of course. Even the glory of the universal logos is relative, and compared to the glory of the absolute deity, post-pralaic deity. The dweller upon the threshold of divinity and the angel of the presence then stand face to face. And this, I think, has a lot to do with the third initiation, but there is a standoff even now between the dweller and the angel. Maybe we don't see the dweller completely until much later, not at the first or second initiation, and maybe partially at the third initiation. This is in the glamour book, you know. Yeah. But eventually, in this fivefold process, the angel is completely seen, the dweller is completely seen, and then there is a merging of the two. That's a very interesting section because it seems to take the dweller onto a very high level, and it seems to sustain the presence of the solar angel even at the fifth degree, and you wonder how that can be. Well, anyway, this is the situation today. Tomorrow they will blend and synthesize, and the glory of the Lord will appear on earth. That is the realm of Sanat Kumara, the realm of the monad, the realm of Shamballa. The second great approach will have been achieved. Well, let's just say that the kingdom of God will be emerging on our planet, not just the human kingdom, and we do not yet have the kingdom of planetary lives emerging. That comes later. That has to do with Chohanship and the sixth degree. Now, my own notes are telling me here that I have completed italics up to this point. Okay, and so I think I'll just take a little time here to continue the completion of them. Okay, so now we have looked at the 5 major sentences in the first of the great invocations, and I suspect learned a lot that we did not suspect at first. So we can go over those, you know, and study them carefully so that when we use the different sentences, they have a much deeper meaning to us and a greater effect than they had when we didn't understand the foundation of these sentences. For instance, may forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. It's not just a question of pardoning each other. It's something much more. And it is a sentence that is aimed particularly at humanity. It's a sacrificial act of giving, pouring forth. That's what is required. And so it is with all of them, you know. We have to learn the foundations of these amazing words, the sentences in this great word of power we call the first of the great invocations. Now, you know, I'm not sure why it is, but Master DK is writing every month now. September 1939, October 1939, and now November 1939. It's not going to be a long writing, but I think that I can continue with this just a little bit, I believe. Call to a united act of service. Okay. Now, you know, as always, the key is apply it to what's going on now. We may say, well, it is passé. It was about the Second World War, but if you really have followed, as I've tried to follow, what Master DK is saying, what he's saying is truly foundational about the art of invocation and the manner in which we are to pursue invocation and how to be effective through invocation. It is a very valuable section. And the analogies, of course, are there. And the future of merging the soul and personality is held before us as a great possibility. Well, now he begins, I suppose, having taken in what happened in Poland, what happened with the attack by the by the Nazi army, German army. The situation is serious. Sea and air and land are arrayed against the forces of light. They are the agents of material substance and can be used potently against the spiritual forces, the airplanes, the ships, the armies moving on land. The forces of the air are, however, increasingly on our side. Now, this is before the Battle of Britain, and we know that the Nazi armies never succeeded in that. They did not invade Britain as they thought they would, and they did not bomb it into submission. And sometimes I wish, that spirit, which was present at that time, would again be present today. Because, well, then, of course, you had great leaders, and that helped a lot, So, the air is life, the air is God, the air is the Buddhic plane, the air is the highest of them all in a way. We're not talking yet about the forces of, we have the sea, we have the air, we have the land, but we don't have the fire. That came later and really was characteristic of the war. All of this firepower directed against human beings and their constructions, their cities, and so forth. The forces, the Battle of Britain, in the air, saved the day for that country, the United Kingdom. The members of the hierarchy are hard put to it to turn the tide. In favor of that true and more spiritual civilization which is on the way. Obviously, they're making a great effort to do so. This civilization will be a combination of the best which has hitherto been produced and that which is new and as yet dimly sensed by the best of the world thinkers. The tide must be turned in favor of that which we call righteousness. So already the danger signs are present, and the possible fall of humanity can be envisioned. After all, it's only, 3 years there from 1942 when, to put it inelegantly, the hierarchy was packing their bags. We'll never know, or maybe one day we will know, why exactly that had to be the case. Why didn't they stay and help humanity fight it out? But turned out that the Lords of Liberation managed. The seeds of evil are in every country. Those who war against that which is good are numerous in every land. I'm looking at the United States. I'm looking at the presence of what's called the Bund in the United States. I was just looking at the great industrialist Henry Ford and his anti-Semitic publications. There are those actually sided with the Nazis and thought that their method was right for the time. Those who war against that which is good are numerous in every land, whether they war with aggressive and planned intent or whether they preserve an attitude of passivity and acceptance or a planned neutrality, as in America, 1939, right? Roosevelt did all he could to get America into the war. America, of course, fought strenuously in the war from 1941 on. It took the bombing of Pearl Harbor to get them in, and then war was immediately declared on Germany. and America's participation lasted 5 years, longer for England, really, and for France. Or plan neutrality as in America, or are actively fighting for that which is against material forces. So all of this is against the good, by, whether directly or passively or evasively, against the good. Whoop. The world crisis was, as you know, inevitable. Even now, we're in the middle of a great world crisis. But these are the words which are important. The world crisis was, as you know, inevitable, but physical warfare could have been avoided if right psychological methods had been employed, and it could have been cured if a process of transmutation and transference had been correctly carried forward, and if the spirit of sacrifice had also been demonstrated by the world aspirants. So basically, he's putting the precipitation of World War II as a physical war at the feet of the aspirants. He's saying they didn't do as they could have done. And I'm sure he includes the disciples in this. Well, what's going on now, too, I think, is inevitable. A great battle between, kind of a third phase of the battle, between humanity's dweller, as it's working out in certain leaders and their followers, and something much better by, thank goodness, the majority of people in the world. But that majority is easily overcome if steps to protect it are not taken. The need for group sacrifice has not met with adequate response except in those cases where it has been imposed by governments upon their nationals, such as the sorry history of that which is taking place today. Well, I'm thinking about the Russian soldiers, 2 soldiers with 1 gun, and when one gets killed, the other takes it up. That's how it was supposed to be. They were very undersupplied, but they fought with bravery and sacrificed much. Now, the third petal of the egoic lotus has to do with that kind of imposed sacrifice from a greater source. By the time we get to the 6th petal, the sacrifice is voluntarily undertaken. And by the time we get to the 9th petal, it is thoroughly understood in spiritual terms. What can be done at the present moment to arrest defeat and the overwhelming of the forces of light? I mean, Germany is ruled by Aries, and Aries so often has a victory in the beginning. A victory in the beginning. And then later we see maybe it didn't have the stamina to hold out. This is the case with Hercules and Abderus, a great victory rounding up all of the man-eating mares, but then defeat when there was not enough attention given to sustaining the victory. Anyway, here I refer not to the outer physical victory. Okay. True victory will not be indicated unless the higher values which should govern human civilization emerge with clarity and power. Yeah. I would here like to emphasize the fact that the tide must be definitely turned before the close of the year if a prolonged conflict is to be avoided. Well, it wasn't, was it? And it was then a prolonged conflict, and one that lasted till 1945 instead of 42. I would ask you, therefore, to participate in the subjective focusing and rallying of the world thinkers and particularly the heads of organizations, groups, and churches of all kinds and temperaments who can swing their many adherents into a uniform and united activity. I think so much responsibility was laid upon the people to whom DK was writing at that time. I wonder whether we would be able to see it through. Of course, we have other means now. It must have been especially difficult for them, the means of communication being what they were. We have the internet now, and it's much easier to reach people and swing them into an understanding of the true issues. What can be done at the present moment to arrest defeat and the overwhelming of the forces of light? Well, if the true values were overcome, that would be the real defeat. I must say, England rapidly got into the retaliatory position and did not maintain any kind of passivity. Now, Roosevelt really knew that the U.S. could not remain passive and isolated. It would be a selfish position, and he was a great disciple. It can be debated whether he and some of his closest military people knew that Pearl Harbor would be attacked and allowed it to occur, so as to arouse such a sentiment in the United States that declaration of war against Japan was inevitable. It can be debated. The masters of the wisdom have no time today to do the task themselves. It's up to you, right? It's up to the people to whom he's writing. Their hands are full, combating the forces of materialism, and in ways that we can not even imagine, but which are beyond our capability. These forces are active in every country. The hierarchy in its consciousness does not isolate Germany, even though these forces have chosen that sad land for their major point of departure and enterprise. In Germany, they have their people working as elsewhere. So, lest we isolate Germany and think of it as the only source of the evil, it was not. The masters of the wisdom are active in dispelling the depressions and terrors that settle down upon all their workers in the arena of the world today. It's understandable how depressions and terrors could settle down upon those who judge by outer circumstance, which is, I assume, the majority of aspirants and disciples. So they use inner means to dispel these unwholesome psychological states, these debilitating psychological states. They are active in dispelling the depressions and terrors which settle down upon all the workers in the arena of the world today as these workers struggle to stand steady under the fierce impact of wrong thinking and worldwide despair. Well, I don't know how many of us were alive at that time, maybe a fair number, who seem to believe that they have been reincarnated after a death in World War II. These workers are likewise sensitive, owing to their point of integrated development, to the agony of mind, the tension of emotion, and the ravages of physical pain which are felt by all those upon whom the war has had its dire effects, and upon whom it has laid the hand of suffering. Well, the Tibetan does often distinguish between the safe countries and the countries in which war descended. Let's just say the United States, Canada, South America, these These areas were safe. China was not safe. India had its own, it was safe in a sense, but the danger that Nazism could grow there was evident because of the neutrality that India seemed to undertake under the leadership of Gandhi, and they didn't approve of that. The hierarchy did not approve. So the workers at the time of the war were under tremendous pressure, and they experienced agony of mind themselves, tension of emotion themselves, maybe not the same ravages of physical pain as were felt by those who were actually involved, specifically in the war. Such a sensitivity and such a sympathetic response are apt to produce a condition of negativity and a psychic preoccupation with the immediate situation among all workers, and thus render them deaf to the call of their actual duty, or else liable to become distraught by the dual effort of being effective in service whilst at the same time fighting off emotional reactions. So DK has understanding, compassion, sympathy for the plight of the true worker who is nonetheless vulnerable. Today, are we vulnerable? Today, are we optimistic? When we look at the powers of separation working in two of the countries, maybe three of the countries, who hold the future of humanity in their hands, United States, United Kingdom, Russia, are we optimistic? What is our state here? Psychological state. The capacity of the worker to respond, therefore, to the inner voices and to serve dispassionately and selflessly is handicapped because of all of these outer pressures. Now, maybe we're not under the same pressures as if there had been a world war, but I think anybody who's sensitive to what's going on within and the kind of attack we are experiencing could also find themselves in that difficult psychological situation. Okay. I challenge all workers and all members of the new group of world servers to leave their personal problems behind. Well, in such a serious moment, facing the prolongation of the war, because by 1939, nothing was decided, really, and what the Tibetan hoped for certainly was not decided. This is a time of crisis, and such problems must be solved through complete self-forgetfulness. Well, that is a powerful statement when facing our own personal problems, is it not? I ask you to work anew with fresh ardor and in joyful service, forgetting past weaknesses and failures in the urgency of that which I ask all to do for the world. All right, so he's tending to the psychological condition of the workers, realizing that it holds a great liability for their effectiveness. There has been much lack of joy in the service rendered to the world lately. He can see this because the worry is there, and joy and worry works against the joy. When I speak thus, I refer not to happiness, which is a personality reaction, but to the joyous confidence in the law and in the hierarchy which lies behind the biblical words, "The joy of the Lord is our strength. Rise up and fight, Arjuna," preserving the flame of love intact, permitting no breath of hate to disturb the serenity of love or upset the inner poise, which will enable you to sound forth the clarion note of world understanding, that which will rally men and women of goodwill to the aid of hierarchy. This is a great exhortation, as at times are needed, and the Tibetan is so good at them. This will bring to an end all hatred, separativeness, aggression, which are the three major sins of humanity. Okay, well, I'm underlining these things, realizing that one must return to them and ponder deeply. But you see, Master Moria said he wanted to see his workers like young elephants, tramping down the grass as they move together, in a sort of joy in their strength. But there has been much lack of joy in the service rendered to the world lately, and I'm sure he's looking at his own groups as well, but large, in a wider spectrum as well. When I speak thus, I refer not to happiness, which is a personality reaction, but to the joyous confidence in the law and in the hierarchy. And in the hierarchy which lies behind the biblical words, the joy of the Lord is our strength. Okay, I'm going to enlarge this just a little bit. So, the question comes to us in our service, is it joyful? When I speak thus, I refer not to happiness, which is a personality reaction, but joyous confidence in the law. Think of that for a moment. I find it very powerful. And in the hierarchy, which lies behind the biblical words, the joy of the Lord is our strength. And of course, when we go to the higher levels, we find that joy. Joyous confidence in the law and in the hierarchy. I'll make them even bigger for purposes of emphasis. Well, okay. The three major sins of humanity. This is a big one. Hatred, separativeness, and aggression. And don't we find it today as well? Sometimes a bit more surreptitious, but still present. Certainly hatred, certainly separativeness and aggression. Yes, we find it, and it goes underground as well. All men have hated, all men have been separative in both thought and action. All have been, and many still are, materialistic, full of pride and the desire to gain that which is not their own by right. Theft, This spirit of acquisitiveness, Hitler had it so strongly in his Taurus psyche. This spirit of acquisitiveness belongs to no one group. It has been a universal and general fault and has produced the present disastrous economic situation, thus precipitating the world into war, hate, and cruelty. It was certainly the greed or the punishing attitude of those who created the Versailles Treaty that created an atmosphere in Germany of great discontent and resentment and eventual revenge and then arming for future war. Hitler himself was very affected by what he considered to be the betrayal of Germany by the financiers and, of course, the Jews, and those who basically made it impossible for Germany to continue with dignity. Yes, that has been a great problem. That these three major sins, hatred, separativeness, and aggression, have conditioned the atmosphere so that right human relations, right international relations were not possible. Then we still see the same thing. Maybe it's more subtle now, perhaps, but always the other person is demonized. The other nation is demonized, which is really a failure to observe sin within oneself and to observe good within the other. The fusion of many minds into one directed activity is today of supreme importance. This has been symbolized in the union which now exists between two great nations. They did fight a lot in the past, but France and Great Britain. Unity of directed thought and purpose is the guarantee of inevitable future success. As Caesar said, divide and conquer. But when there's unity and you cannot divide, success is possible. The power of massed thought is omnipotent. The potency of focused and directed mental activity is unpredictable. If you accept this premise and this statement, then act upon it. This is definitely an exhortation. You feel that. Because DK senses the danger within the psychological state of the people at the time. And even today, we must not let there be any descent into hopelessness. I've seen some people, that are looking at the withdrawal of United Kingdom from the European Union, and well, they do everything they can, but then, for some there is a sense that nothing more can be done, and some kind of depression begins to take over. Well, one has to fight these things, I think, until the very end, but the spirit of separation is there in the Brexit, and the spirit of separation is there presently in the United States under immature leadership. Yes, there are great problems, and Russia seems to be using its very well practiced surreptitious means to sow dissension and weakness in the other areas of other nations that it is considered its enemies. So there are problems. There are problems presently. I will go on a little more here. As I say, it's not possible for me really to understand how many hours or minutes have been spent here at the moment. But in all of this, the DK is summoning the members of the forces of light that he can reach to a joyful and confident and active attitude. The spirit of peace is hovering close to humanity, seeking opportunity to make his presence felt. The spirit of peace is not an abstract concept, but a potent individual, wielding forces hitherto unfamiliar to our planet. Great forces are awaiting the hour when they can function as the liberators and deliverers of mankind. You kind of wonder about the Lords of Liberation and the way they were called upon 3 years later to deliver mankind from almost inevitable defeat. But the door to their entrance must be opened by humanity itself, which it was in the case of the Lords of Liberation because of the invocation, even though inchoate, of the masses of people. But the door to their entrance must be opened by humanity itself, and it will be opened by a united act of the will, standing in spiritual being and willing together the access to the great and higher forces, expressed through some formula of words and expressed in sound, hence the invocation and the invocations to come. This is the way to open the door, and I think I'll just put that down, that invocations, I have trouble here, are the way to open the door. The issue at the moment is simply that sometimes the capitalization goes down and there's nothing that I can do. Is the way. Well, let's see if that works. I doubt it. I probably have mismatched capitals, but okay, that will just have to be how it is for the moment. So Yes. Okay. So if there is a problem involving capitalization and so forth, I just ask you to bear with me here. I don't know why it happens, but it does happen from time to time. It will be brought about by an activity performed simultaneously by all men and women of goodwill and by all the world aspirants and disciples. Hence the value of the massed meditations, which we are now beginning to have on the internet, and which in some cases spread very far and wide, and even involve particular days consecrated to certain things, and that involves thousands of people. The door will not open unless the active invocation is backed by the focus will. Well, there you have it. The directed determination of the man or the group who is using the suggested formula, prayer, or invocation is essential. So these invocations are given, they are emphasized, so that humanity can fight back and can open the door to the saving forces, of which the Spirit of Peace is one and the Avatar of Synthesis another. I'm not sure exactly when the maybe the Avatar linked up. I'm remembering now when what we call the Great Invocation was given. So the Spirit of Peace was there before, and even from biblical times had an association with Christ as the Prince of Peace. I would ask you to call as many people as you can reach through the medium of every available channel to a definite activity upon the coming Christmas day, if possible, and again at the time of the full moon in January, thus making two great appeals to the forces of peace and light. To the first two lines of the invocation, really. Let the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. So the forces of light and the spirit of peace invoking so that there may be help from these higher agencies. Christmas and the full moon, that's very interesting. I would ask you to get in touch with leaders and workers, important and unimportant, in every land, asking them to associate themselves in their own way and with their own people, and to do this on as large a scale as may be possible, as large at least as that of your effort of May 1936, a high point for love and goodwill. The times are ripe for a response to these ideas. The recognized pain and distress of the world will open both hearts and purses. The idea of a Christmas appeal and call to prayer and to invocation of the Prince of Peace will be potent in evoking a desirable reaction, and will serve also to blend into closer unity all who recognize the work the hierarchy is attempting to do. We see how the Tibetan approaches mobilization here, and under very adverse circumstances compared to what we have now. So a great responsibility was laid upon these workers. Christmas is a special day, and there's a special quality of love of all mankind on that day, and so one can see why this should be done at that time. Methods are being offered here that, who knows, we may be called upon again to exercise, and hopefully with greater power and greater result. DK did sum up everything that had been done up to this period in 1939 when he's writing. It was not adequate, but he's giving new possibilities, and hopefully, let's see how he thought they worked out. Okay, two great appeals to the forces of peace and light so that they may help humanity. Obviously, this is the first of the great invocations at work, and they were doing everything they could. I would ask you to call help from all sides and to let these ideas work out into the world on the basis of their usefulness and opportuneness. Omit from this appeal none that you know, for through them millions can be reached and swung into the desired activity. This is really an emergency, is it not? To those of you who can appreciate and use the great invocation, I would suggest its renewed and earnest use. This alternative invocation might, however, be suggested and found useful. So, DK is not rigid here. O Lord of light and love, come forth and rule the world. May the Prince of Peace appear and end the warring of the nations. May the reign of light and love and justice be begun. Justice aligning with the first phrase. Let there be peace on earth and let it begin with us. Well, it's powerful. Powerful indeed. Okay, friends, I think, wherever we are, this, maybe this is the end of, is this the end of hour 3? Or is it hour 4? I can't remember. But let's just say we're on page 174, and I think we began on 158, if I'm correct. And, much to think about. And the danger, of course, is that one will ignore these things because they are from the past. But indeed, 158 is so 174, 158 to 174, 16 pages. It's not very much when you consider a book of this size. But the idea is to steep ourselves in what is given, so we truly understand more deeply how what he said here is applied to our present situation where, basically the forces of light as they work out through humanity are indeed under attack. I think there's no question about that. If one goes deeply enough, we see the opposition emerging in fear. Yes, emerging in fear because we stand at the threshold of very new and to them scary possibilities. We're going to begin with number 16, and we start with page 174. It's going to be a big surprise to me to see what the timing of all this has been. I really don't know. But I hope, I'm in a certain way enjoying reviewing this material and seeing how extremely relevant it is to what is going on today. And this time we must learn from our mistakes. We must not let the inner war between the dweller and angel of humanity precipitate into an outer war, which could mean, given the weaponry we have, the end of humanity. Of course, maybe the climate crisis worldwide that we face will somehow mobilize human beings to work together to attempt to stave this off if it's not too late. On the other hand, it can cause instability in nations, migrations, and hostilities. We have 6 years until the Great Conclave of 2025 occurs, and there's a lot of preparation to do, a lot of house cleaning, a lot of movement towards a true peace, a lot of generosity and sharing to offer that is not just calculated for our own benefit and national benefit. Basically, we have to disabuse ourselves of the normal type of selfishness which is characteristic of the human being at this time, and see that selfishness will lead to humanity's defeat, and selflessness to some kind of better way of living together. We really have to push these points now in every way we possibly can. And he says, don't leave anybody out. Anybody that you know, don't leave them out. I'm treating the things that he's saying then as relevant to this day, because I do believe the war runs in 3 phases, and it has gone underground, and it's being fought out right now in a subtle way upon the psychological level, mental level, emotional level, and always with the danger of precipitation through various flashpoints. We have really great national ambition on the part of a number of nations, and not the will to really cooperate and see the best of all humanity. I mean, when you look at these poor countries and children dying of measles, 300 children dying of measles in a short time, and all that is necessary is a little bit of money to, malnutrition plays a part, but a little bit of money for the vaccines and so forth. It's just I can't ever say it's unforgivable, not in the light of what we've been studying, but it is incomprehensible how we can still be living in this way. But of course, the development of different people, you can be very powerful when you're opening that 5th petal, and you can mislead many through demagoguery and appeal to egotism. You can mislead many of the unthinking people, those who are entirely caught by Kama-Manus, and that is a force to be reckoned with. Okay, well, my next effort will probably be tomorrow, the 8th. And by the way, this mantra can be used, of course. O Lord of light and love, come forth and rule the world. May the Prince of Peace appear and end the warring of the nations, because still they war on the subtle levels. May the reign of light and love and justice be begun, as it has not yet begun. Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with us. Peace, the quality of Shamballa, and peace, the indication that humanity more and more is contacting Shamballa in the right way. Love eternal, light supernal, peaceful, silent will. Okay, thank you, and many blessings, lots of love, and we'll see you before long. I'm trying to make hay while the sun shines, and because I don't always have uninterrupted time to do this kind of work, and once the conference begins, well, that's another matter. Okay, talk to you later, and all the best. Bye-bye.